Story 1. My friends and I decided to test our wives and took DNA tests together. We thought it would be a fun experiment. Later, when we gathered again to share the results, the room fell silent as we opened the envelopes. We discovered something we never expected. Not long ago, I found myself caught in a situation that completely altered the lives of several families, and it all started with a joke. I was right there in the middle of it, even playing my part. Let me explain how it all unfolded. I'm 35 years old. I have a wonderful wife, Ira, and a little boy who's about to turn 5. All of my close friends are settled down, and every month or so we get together at one of our cottages. We've been a tight-knit group since childhood, so we made a pact years ago. No matter what, we drop everything and get together whenever we can, unless something truly urgent comes up. On the day that would end up being so pivotal, we gathered again for a barbecue, drinks, and plenty of laughter. It was a warm day, so the pool was open. The kids and the women were swimming while the rest of us were getting the food ready. Once the fun was in full swing, the women all went to the pool. It was then that one of the guys, Henry, mentioned how his son was growing up with a personality so different from his own that he felt like he didn't recognize him anymore. Physically, there wasn't much resemblance either. Jackson, always ready with a joke, chimed in, "Maybe he's not your kid then. You know they show those things on TV all the time." We all burst out laughing and then drank a few more rounds. That's when one of the guys suggested, in a half-joking way, that we all take DNA tests just to put our minds at ease. It wasn't that anyone actually suspected their wives, but after a few drinks, the whole conversation seemed to raise questions for everyone. After all, none of us could be completely sure, could we? Only the women know what expressions they give, and even then, not always. We all agreed to reveal the test results at our next get-together, so my son and I went to the clinic too. A deal's a deal. They ran the DNA test. I should say right off the bat that my son looks just like me, like my family. I had no doubt about it, not until that moment. The results came back as expected. At our next meetup, everyone shared their results. It was a big gathering with tons of barbecue and almost as much cognac. This time, by unanimous decision, we left our wives at home. That's when Camillo laid it all out. "Guys, thanks for the idea," he said. But Evelyn turned out to be a stranger to me. The DNA test came back negative. We were all shocked. I mean, the questions came pouring in, mostly emotional ones, not really about the details anymore. Then, Camillo explained that his wife had denied it for ages, but eventually confessed after realizing how serious the whole thing was and seeing that the DNA test was real and couldn't be faked. It turns out the child was actually her younger brother's. They had a fling back when they were dating. After the wedding, they both pretended like nothing ever happened, so the daughter turned out to be his niece. By the way, Henry, whose joke had set all of this off, ended up being right. His kid was indeed his. His doubts were totally unfounded. But Camillo's wife spent a long time begging for forgiveness, acting like the test didn't even exist. She even tried to get us to sway Camillo, but he, being a man of principle, decided to do things right and revealed the truth at his brother's birthday party. They planned the celebration perfectly. Everyone was there, parents from both sides. It was quite a scene, let me tell you. Full-blown family drama with yelling, insults, and even physical blows. I felt most sorry for little Evelyn, a 7-year-old kid who understood exactly what was going on. She wasn't there for the argument, but later they told her that her dad wasn't her dad after all. Now he was her uncle. It's tragic when a little one has to bear the consequences of mistakes made by adults. On top of that, the parents were getting grayer by the minute. They're no spring chickens anymore. Though the grandparents still have their granddaughter, Camillo's brother still has one child, but his wife's raising a storm. I know she hasn't left yet, and I don't think she will. Where would she even go with 2 little kids? But honestly, I feel for Camillo. He's almost 36 and doesn't want to jump into a new relationship anytime soon. And now he only has one dog. I wouldn't wish this situation on anyone. In the first few days after the revelation, Camillo acted like he was fine. He showed up at our gatherings, tried to smile, made jokes here and there, but none of us were stupid. It was just a facade, and you could see in his eyes that the situation was still eating him alive. And how could it not? The guy found out that the daughter he had loved and raised for 7 years wasn't his. He discovered that his wife had cheated on him with his own younger brother long before their wedding, and yet had the audacity to pretend nothing had ever happened. He was deceived, used as a babysitter, a provider, a fool. And the worst part, that woman was still there, still living in his house, still acting like she had any right to be there, as if what she did could just be forgotten. It didn't take long for us to realize that Camillo wasn't taking any action. He kept saying he needed time, that he didn't want to act out of anger, that he had to think about Evelyn. But we knew the truth, he was paralyzed. He didn't want to admit that he had lost everything, that his entire life had been a lie. So we made a decision. If Camillo wasn't going to do anything, we would. We met on a Saturday night without him knowing. We talked about how absurd the whole situation was, how he couldn't keep living like this. He was practically being a doormat for his wife and brother, who were now living in his house as if nothing had happened. Henry got straight to the point. If he won't act, we will. And that's how we made our plan. The following week, we scheduled a barbecue just like we always did. Camillo came unsuspecting. He looked exhausted, drinking more than usual, trying to pretend everything was fine. But in the middle of the conversation, Henry brought it up. Have you dealt with that situation at your house yet? Camillo avoided eye contact, took another sip of beer. I'm still thinking about what to do. That confirmed what we already knew. He wasn't going to do anything. While he was there distracted by the drinks and conversation, Jackson and the others went to his house. They grabbed his wife's bags and threw them out. All her clothes, her belongings, and even the brother's things. And they didn't do it politely. Everything was tossed onto the lawn, scattered on the sidewalk. The woman came running outside, screaming, hysterical, saying this was outrageous. You can't do this, she shrieked. This house is mine too. Jackson laughed right in her face. No, it's not. You lied to Camillo for 7 years. You cheated on him with his own brother. This house was never yours. And now finally you're going where you belong. The street. That's when Camillo's brother showed up. The bastard had the audacity to try and act tough, standing in front of her like he was going to protect her. Henry, always the strongest of the group, grabbed the guy by the collar and shoved him against the wall. You slept with your brother's wife, he growled. You made him raise your daughter as his own. You destroyed his family. And now you think you get to stay here like nothing happened. The guy tried to fight back, tried to break free, but Henry didn't give him a chance. Jackson stepped closer and spat on the ground. You have 10 minutes to get out of here before we call the cops and report 2 intruders in this house. The woman started crying, saying this wasn't fair, that she had nowhere to go, that Evelyn needed a home. But none of us felt even the slightest bit sorry for her. Meanwhile, at the barbecue, I got a message saying everything was ready. So I looked at Camillo and said, You should go home. He frowned. Why? Because now your house is yours again. Took him a moment to understand. When he realized what we had done, his face turned pale. He got mad. You guys shouldn't have done that. But we knew that was just a shock talking. He didn't understand it yet. But deep down, this was exactly what he needed. He drove home. When he arrived and saw everything, his wife and brother's bags on the street, the 2 of them yelling, not knowing where to go, it finally hit him. He looked at us, looked at the scene, and for the first time since this whole mess started, he took a deep breath like a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. His wife tried to run to him to beg, to say he couldn't do this, but Camillo didn't respond. He didn't even look at her. He just walked inside and shut the door. And that's how he finally started to break free. As for her and the brother, no one really knows what happened next, but we heard rumors that they stayed at their parents' house for a while, that she tried to sue Camillo for money but failed because the house was always in his name. And Camillo? Took him a while to recover, but little by little, he became the man we once knew again. And we made sure he was never played for a fool again because real friends don't let a brother sink without a fight. After everything that happened, we thought the storm had passed. But we knew that even though Camillo was trying to move on, there was still something haunting him. He didn't talk about it much, but we all knew he missed Evelyn. No matter that she wasn't biologically his daughter, he had raised her for 7 years. He had taught her how to ride a bike, read her bedtime stories, attended school meetings, and held her hand when she was sick. In his heart, Evelyn would always be his daughter. Our wives found out about everything we had done shortly after we kicked out the traitor and Camillo's brother from his house. To our surprise, none of them scolded us. On the contrary, they supported our decision. Some even said they would have done worse. Others praised our loyalty to Camillo. What mattered was that for the first time in a long while, he wasn't alone. We started spending more time with him. At first, he was distant, still trying to process everything. But we didn't let him isolate himself. If he skipped our gatherings, we went to his house. If he didn't answer his phone, we knocked on his door. And little by little, he started to become the Camillo we once knew. Even so, sometimes we caught him staring at nothing, lost in thought. We knew what it was. He missed Evelyn. He didn't have to say it, we could tell. And it bothered us because, deep down, it wasn't fair. The breaking point came during a barbecue months later. We were all together, laughing, talking, when out of nowhere Camillo went silent. He was watching the kids running around the yard playing. He tried to hide it, but we all noticed. It was that look, that weight in his chest. Henry spoke first. "You miss her, don't you?" Camillo sighed and rubbed his face, as if he didn't want to admit it. "Of course I do. How could I not? I raised that girl, but she's not my daughter. I have no right to her." We exchanged glances. We had talked about this before. We all agreed that it was unfair, and we had already thought of something. Jackson got straight to the point. "What if he did have that right?" Camillo frowned. "What do you mean?" That's when we revealed it. For weeks, each of us had chipped in some money, little by little. We had researched family law attorneys and found one who believed Camillo could at least get shared custody. He might not have been the biological father, but he was the only father Evelyn had ever known. The lawyer thought there was a real chance he could get to spend at least a few days a week with her. Camillo shook his head. "This is crazy. I can't do that." "Yes, you can," Henry said. "And we're doing this together." He resisted. He said he didn't want to stir things up again, that he was afraid of how it would affect Evelyn, that maybe it was better to just leave things as they were. But we knew he was afraid. Afraid of getting attached again, afraid of being disappointed. "You always said you'd do anything for Evelyn," I said. "So do this. Fight for her." He was quiet, took a deep breath, and finally he agreed. The legal battle was long and exhausting. His ex-wife tried to block it, saying he had no right to the girl. His brother stayed silent, probably too ashamed to interfere. But the lawyer was firm. Camillo might not have been the biological father, but he had been the only father the girl had ever known. The judge listened to the arguments, read the documents, analyzed the evidence. Then the decision came: shared custody. Camillo could have Evelyn with him for a few days every week. It wasn't everything he wanted, but it was enough. The day he saw her again was emotional. Evelyn ran straight into his arms, crying, saying she had missed him. He held her tight, as if afraid she would disappear again, and at that moment we knew we had done the right thing. After that, it was like Camillo had been made whole again. He started smiling for real again. He went back to work with more energy. He met new people and in time even started dating someone. He wasn't in a hurry, but he no longer looked at the future as something empty. Then, on an ordinary night during another barbecue with friends after a few beers, he looked at us and shook his head, laughing softly. "You guys are the best friends in the world," he said, wiping a tear before anyone could notice. "But never again should we do anything Henry suggests." We all burst out laughing. He did too, that genuine laugh we hadn't heard in a long time. And that's when we knew it had all been worth it. Years have passed, and looking back, I realized just how much has changed since that day we opened those DNA test envelopes. We never imagined that a joke among friends would lead to such a massive upheaval, changing lives in ways no one could have predicted. Camillo today. He's doing well, really well actually. After all the chaos, he rebuilt himself. It wasn't overnight, of course. There were tough moments, times when he questioned whether he had made the right decisions, but in the end, he came out stronger. He's financially stable now, expanded his career, and even moved to a new house. He said he needed a fresh start somewhere without so many painful memories. He still has his dog and now a new life. After some time, he started dating an amazing woman, someone who truly respects and values him. They've been together for a while, taking things slow, building something real. Evelyn, she's growing up fast. The shared custody arrangement worked out better than we expected. At first, Camillo's ex tried to make things difficult, but after a while she realized she couldn't stop it. The girl has always loved her daddy Camillo, as she still calls him, and it was clear that taking him out of her life would only hurt her. Now, every week, Camillo spends time with her. They go on trips, have fun, and he has never missed a single birthday. She already understands a lot, and with time she'll understand even more. The most important thing is that, despite everything, she still has a father figure who never abandoned her. The rest of our group is still as close as ever. If we were inseparable before, we're even more so now after everything we did for Camillo. It became clear that our friendship was more than just casual meetups and jokes. We were willing to do whatever it took for each other. Our wives are still by our sides, and to this day some of them say that was the moment that proved we were ready to face anything together. Every time we get together, the story comes up again. Someone always jokes about how it all started with a stupid comment and ended up in family court. And Henry? He's still Henry. Even now, every time he suggests something, someone looks at Camillo and asks, "Do we follow the plan or just ignore it from the start?" And Camillo laughs, shakes his head, and says, "We're never following one of Henry's ideas again." But the truth is, without that crazy idea, he wouldn't be where he is today. In the end, life moved on, we all did. But that experience taught us something important. There are things you simply can't predict. Sometimes the truth comes out when you least expect it, but what matters most isn't what you discover. It's who stands by your side when everything falls apart. And Camillo, he rebuilt his life, and we're still here, ready for anything. Because if we've learned one thing, it's that real friends don't let a brother sink. And as much as we joke about Henry, maybe, just maybe, it's worth listening to his ideas every once in a while, but only maybe. Now on to the next story. Story 2. My mom asked me who I wanted to marry. This time, I didn't choose Lucas. Instead, I chose his younger uncle, Daniel. Her reaction was instant. Her gaze turned sharp and full of disbelief, as if I had just slapped her across the face. After all, everyone in the city knew that Lucas and I were inseparable, practically glued together since childhood. For 10 years, I had chased him and made it clear I wouldn't marry anyone else. But that was the old version of me, a version that no longer existed. A bitter smile tugged at my lips as memories of my past life, before I was reborn, flooded my mind. In that life, after Lucas and I got married, I had a devastating realization. He had never even touched me. At first, I convinced myself it was something personal, maybe something he just couldn't help. I made excuses for him and tried to convince myself it didn't matter. But then, on our golden wedding anniversary, I walked into a room I had never seen before. It was locked, hidden, and filled with photos of my cousin. That's when it hit me. It wasn't that Lucas was asexual, he simply didn't love me. Now, in this second life, I was done wasting my time on someone who would never love me back. I decided to let them be together once and for all. But as I walked down the aisle toward Daniel, Lucas's face turned pale and he completely lost control. 3 days after my official engagement to Lucas, I ran into him at a party. Naturally, his friends spotted me, and of course they couldn't resist. They were already laughing, clearly having a field day at my expense. "Lucas, look who's here. Your little shadow showed up again." One of them called out with a grin. "Bianca, you're already engaged to Lucas and you're still hanging around him? Shouldn't you let the poor guy enjoy his party before tying him down?" Another chimed in. When Lucas saw me, his annoyance was written all over his face. "Bianca," he spat, "are you really so desperate to marry me? You didn't even bother to get my approval before locking down this engagement, and now the whole city is talking about it. You've got some nerve." His disgust hit me like a punch in the gut. I had to take a deep breath and steady myself before saying anything. "I didn't need your approval. I'm not marrying you." The room burst into laughter. Lucas's friends practically doubled over. They laughed so hard that, of course, they couldn't resist piling on. Lucas, one of them shouted, "You better watch out. Your fiancé is about to pull another stunt to get your attention." Lucas just shook his head, looking more and more annoyed. "Bianca, now you're trying to play hard to get?" Couldn't help but smirk. "With your family, if I'm not marrying you, who else would marry you?" He leaned in closer, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Don't forget, you've been saying since we were kids that you'd marry me. The whole city already thinks you're mine." Then he whispered, "I'll let this engagement slide, but don't forget. Sure, I can give you a big wedding, but the marriage license? That's only for the one I actually want to marry." I froze. In my past life, Lucas had followed through with his family's plans at this exact moment, and we had registered our marriage. Could it be that he had been reborn too? Before I could even process what was happening, my cousin Helena appeared at the party. The moment she spotted me standing next to Lucas, her face twisted in distress and tears began to spill from her eyes. "Bianca, Lucas, I heard you're getting married soon. I didn't bring a gift, but I wish you both all the happiness in the world," she stammered, her voice breaking with every word. Before she could finish, Helena turned and bolted, sobbing as she ran off. "Look at what you've done, Bianca," Lucas muttered under his breath, giving me a furious glare before rushing after her without another word. When they came back, their fingers were locked together tight as ever. Helena's lips were swollen and red, and there was a hickey on Lucas's neck. The whole room was watching, waiting to see what I'd do. In my previous life, if I saw another woman getting too close to Lucas, I'd make a scene to ensure everyone knew he was still mine. Lucas stepped forward, positioning Helena behind him like some kind of shield, his face wearing this weird, expectant expression. But I didn't give him the reaction he was clearly hoping for. Minutes passed, and his smug little face started to falter. Then, he sneered, "Well, look at that. At least you've grown up a little. No screaming or throwing a fit like you used to." I didn't even dignify his jab with a response. As the party wound down and we all started heading toward the door, Lucas stopped me in my tracks. "It's late and it's not safe. I'll give you a ride," he said. Since the ride was free and I wasn't about to walk home, I didn't argue. I climbed into the back seat, but Lucas was faster than me. He blocked the front passenger seat and said, "You're sitting in the back." With that, he gently helped Helena into the front seat like it was the most natural thing in the world. "I'm sorry, Bianca," Helena said with faint concern. "Lucas is just being protective. He's afraid I'll get car sick." I didn't say anything. I just slid into the back seat, exactly where I had planned to sit in the first place. The whole ride home was just Lucas and Helena talking and laughing like they were the only two people on the planet. At a red light, Helena teased Lucas, asking him to help her with some lip balm. They exchanged this look, and I swear the tension in the air thickened. Suddenly, Lucas whipped his head toward the rearview mirror like he just remembered I was in the car. When his eyes met mine and I pointedly stared out the window, trying to ignore them, his expression faltered for a moment. For a moment, I saw raw anger flash across his face. Then, before I could even process it, he slammed his foot down on the gas pedal. When we pulled up to my place, Lucas did something I really wasn't expecting. He grabbed my arm again. "All right, enough with the act," he said, his tone dismissive. "Don't pretend like you don't care. It's beneath you." With that, he shoved a bracelet into my hand. "This is your engagement gift from me," he added, his voice dripping with condescension. "As long as you stay in line, I'll throw you a wedding, at least on paper. Everyone will think you're my wife." I glanced up at him with walking eyes. "And who exactly are you planning to marry? Helena?" Lucas's face twisted with rage, but there was something almost smug underneath it, as if he was enjoying the chaos he was causing. "I knew it. You've been pretending the whole time," he sneered. "Listen up. Don't you dare breathe a word of this to anyone in either of our families. My relationship with Helena is none of your business. She's kind and fragile, nothing like your petty little schemes." His voice dropped low, almost a warning. "If you ever hurt her, don't think for a second I'll still go through with this wedding." I couldn't help but laugh. He was too much of a coward to be honest with the Hughes family, yet somehow I was the one painted as the villain in all of this. I didn't say another word. I just turned on my heel and walked into my apartment, the weight of it all pressing down on me. The moment I stepped through the door, my phone buzzed in my hand. It was a video from Helena. I hesitated before opening it, but when I did, there they were. Lucas gently helping Helena fasten a necklace around her neck. The brand was unmistakable, and then it hit me. The bracelet Lucas had just given me was the freebie that came with that very necklace. They were so close, their necks almost touching. And then, as the camera zoomed in, they kissed. The sound of it pierced the silence of the car, sharp, intrusive, like a slap to my chest. Bianca, Lucas must have told you by now, right? After the wedding, he's going to marry me legally. Just so you know, without a legal marriage, there's no inheritance rights. Guess it's my turn to become the richest woman in Evergreen City. Helena. She had been reborn too. It all clicked. Even though Lucas and Helena had no connection in our past life, this time, they just stepped into it. They were already acting like a couple, doing all the things lovers do. It was as if they had an unspoken understanding, as if they were trying to pick up exactly where they had left off. I lowered my gaze, memories of my past life flooding back. I thought about when I first married into Lucas's family. Right after the wedding, it felt like everything changed. The company started receiving a flood of partnership offers, landing new contracts left and right. Hughes Enterprises' assets skyrocketed, and before long, they had become the richest company in Los Angeles. The patriarch of the Hughes family was convinced I was the one bringing good fortune to Lucas. Strangely enough, the family seemed to like me more and more with each passing day. They treated me like I was one of their own, like I truly belonged, despite Lucas's cold indifference. I honestly thought I was happy, at least until I found the photos. One afternoon, my mom came into my room with some surprising news. Daniel, Lucas's younger uncle, is coming back from Europe in 5 days, she said. I froze, caught off guard. Daniel had never married in my past life, and I certainly didn't expect our arranged marriage to progress so quickly. I vaguely remembered Daniel. One thing was clear, though, he was always a good guy, almost like an older brother to me. Marrying him now felt like it would bring me more peace than tying the knot with anyone else. I wasn't sure why, but the thought of him felt right. The next morning, I was up early working away in my studio on the design for my wedding dress. I'd been sketching out my dream wedding dress since college, when I studied fashion design, but every design I came up with back then had to fit Lucas's tastes. He wouldn't let me use any design elements I liked. Everything had to be for him. But now I was free to design the dress I loved, the one I'd actually want to wear while marrying someone else. A few days later, I finished putting the final touches on my dress and decided to grab a coffee from the break room. That was when I saw Helena's post on social media. The past few days had been an emotional roller coaster with no end in sight. Every time I tried to focus on my life, on the future I was building with Daniel, and on the new chance this life had given me, something or someone from Lucas's world would appear like a cruel reminder of the past, lurking and ready to pull me back. It started when I saw Helena's name splashed across social media once again. Her post flaunted with typical arrogance the necklace I knew Lucas had picked for her. The caption read something along the lines of, "When you're special, things just come to you. Thank you, my angel." Of course, the message was directed at me. It wasn't about Lucas. It was about provoking me. They didn't even try to hide anything, acting as if they were the protagonists of a story no one else could understand. I tried to focus on work, on my life, on the future I was trying to build with Daniel. He was everything Lucas had never been. Kind, respectful, and attentive. I could feel his patience as he allowed me to navigate this emotional chaos. But the shadow of Lucas and Helena loomed over me like an impending storm, and that social media post was just the beginning. The next day, while I was finishing the final touches on my wedding dress, I received a message from an unknown number. My stomach churned before I even opened it. When I finally did, I almost threw my phone across the room. It was Helena again. "I hope your wedding preparations are going well. Lucas told me you've been very busy lately. It's good to see you finally accepting your place. Please take good care of Daniel. He deserves someone like you. So predictable. Oh, and just for the record, Lucas chose the necklace. It was a gift from him, a sign of what's to come. After all, some things never change. My blood boiled. Her audacity was surreal. Helena hadn't just stolen Lucas's attention. She now felt entitled to openly taunt me. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself, but something inside me snapped. She was toying with my patience, with my sanity. That same day, I decided to do something I hadn't done in years. I went to the Hughes mansion. The place was just as imposing as I remembered. The walls seemed to exude superiority, a perfect reflection of the family that lived there. Before knocking on the door, I hesitated. Was this the right thing to do? Maybe I should just let it all go and move on? But no, not this time. I needed to confront this head-on. The housekeeper, who seemed surprised to see me, opened the door. I explained that I needed to speak with Lucas. She let me in and guided me to the sitting room. My heart pounded in my chest, but the determination in my eyes was unshakable. Lucas appeared minutes later, his arrogant demeanor as irritating as ever. He looked surprised to see me but quickly masked it with a condescending smile. "Bianca, what a surprise. What brings you here?" he asked, as if he had no idea why I was there. "We need to talk, Lucas. Now," I said, my voice firm but calm. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction of seeing me lose control. He stared at me for a moment before gesturing for me to sit. I didn't. I remained standing, staring at him as an equal. "I got a message from Helena." I began without any preamble. "Do you think this is some kind of game that you can play with my life, with my feelings, as if I were just a disposable piece on your chessboard?" Lucas laughed, but there was something in his eyes. A flicker of irritation or maybe guilt. It didn't matter. "Bianca, you need to relax. There's no reason for all this drama. You have Daniel now, don't you? He's perfect for you. Someone so predictable, exactly as Helena said." His words were venomous, burning as they hit, but I didn't let it show. Instead, I stepped closer. "And you? Are you so happy with Helena? Is that what you want everyone to believe? Because to me, it looks like you're stuck in this pathetic need for control. You don't want Helena, Lucas. You just want to keep me under your thumb." His eyes narrowed and the smile faded. For a moment, he seemed vulnerable, but he quickly regained his composure. "You think you know me, Bianca?" He laughed again, but this time it seemed forced. "The truth is, I never needed you, never. And you know what? You'll marry Daniel, but you'll always be just a shadow of what you could have been with me because, deep down, you still want me and I know it." I laughed, a dry, humorless laugh. "No, Lucas. What I want is freedom. Freedom from you, from your family, from this damned need to manipulate everything around you. I'm not yours. I never was." Before he could respond, I turned and walked away. I didn't look back. It wasn't worth it. For the first time in a long time, I felt a sense of peace. Lucas no longer had power over me, and I was ready to build something real with Daniel. But when I got home, another message was waiting for me. It was a video from Helena. When I opened it, my heart sank. It was Lucas and Helena laughing together, toasting with champagne glasses. At the end of the video, Helena smiled directly at the camera and said, "You'll never be free, Bianca. We'll always be here watching. Enjoy it while you can." I deleted the message, took a deep breath, and decided they would no longer have any space in my mind. No matter what they tried, I would no longer be a piece in their game. When I received that message from Helena, something inside me snapped. It wasn't sadness or anger, but a clarity that almost frightened me. I knew I would never have peace as long as Lucas and Helena kept toying with me, treating my life like a chessboard where I was just a disposable pawn. If they wanted a game, I would finish it on my own terms. I waited. Every move had to be calculated. For days, I kept my routine, pretending everything was normal, but my mind was racing. With the help of an old friend, Camila, who had always supported me and knew part of my story with Lucas, I began to piece together a plan. First, I asked her to help me discreetly monitor Helena's social media. That was where Helena paraded her perfect life with Lucas, making it painfully clear how much she enjoyed provoking me. Helena didn't realize her arrogance was her biggest weakness. Everything I needed to act was there in the captions, the smug glances, and photos. She wanted the world to believe Lucas was entirely hers. But I knew that was a lie. I took the opportunity. I arranged to meet Lucas under the pretense of needing to discuss something important about my upcoming wedding. It was the perfect excuse, something he wouldn't refuse. When he arrived at the cafe I had chosen, he greeted me with that smug smile that always irritated me to my core. "Bianca, this is unexpected. I thought you wanted to erase every trace of the past," he said, settling into the chair. "I do, Lucas. But to do that, I need to resolve things once and for all. There's something I need to tell you." I made sure to appear vulnerable, something he always loved to exploit. He smiled like he had already won. "I'm listening." I looked him directly in the eyes. "I want to thank you, truly, for showing me who you really are. Because of that, I've learned that I don't need you for anything. But you've always needed me. Always. That's why you keep meddling in my life through Helena." Lucas frowned, clearly uncomfortable. "I have no idea what you're talking about." "No? Then explain Helena's messages, the videos, this constant obsession with showing me how happy you two are. None of this has anything to do with me because, to me, it seems like you can't live without my presence, even from a distance." I smiled coldly. "You know what's funny? You don't love her, Lucas. You love control, and she's just a reflection of your own ego." He was speechless for a moment, and for the first time, I noticed something I had never seen before. Lucas wasn't strong or confident. He was an empty man who needed to feel in control to convince himself he had any worth. That silence was all I needed to know I was right. I stood, adjusting my bag on my shoulder. "Enjoy your happiness with Helena, and remember this. People like you always fall on their own. I'm just giving you a little push." I left before he could respond. I knew he would try some sort of retaliation, but I was ready. 2 days later, Helena sent me another message. This time, it was a picture of her and Lucas captioned, "Some things never change." I smiled as I read it. She had no idea what was coming. That same night, with Camila's help, I sent an envelope to Helena's door. Inside were printed messages between Lucas and another woman, an ex-colleague of his. I didn't need to say anything. The message was clear. Helena didn't take long to react. The next day, she posted a picture of herself alone, captioned, "Some truths change everything." After that, her social media went silent. I knew she was busy confronting Lucas, and for the first time, I felt at peace. Weeks passed, and Lucas tried to contact me a few times, but I ignored him. My focus was on Daniel and the life we were building together. One evening, while we were having dinner, I received a text from an unknown number. The words were unmistakable. "You may have won this time, but I'll be back. People like us always come back." I stared at the message for a moment, emotionless, and simply deleted it. There was no longer any space for Lucas or Helena in my life. If they wanted to continue their toxic cycle, it would be without me. I had already won the most important battle, my freedom. Now on to the next story. Story 3. My 5-year-old daughter came home from kindergarten one day and dropped to her knees in front of me, pleading with me not to send her back there. She was sobbing and shaking her head, refusing to tell me why she didn't want to go anymore. Sensing that something was amiss, I lifted her shirt and was horrified to discover tiny puncture marks all over her arms and body. Furious, I took a photo and posted it in the kindergarten parents chat group, demanding to know who was responsible. A person named Luna replied, "Arlie, I told my son to do it." She then sent 2 more pictures. One was a wedding photo of her and my husband. The other was a picture of me, my daughter, and my husband. "You homewrecker, you dared steal my husband and have an illegitimate child. It's a miracle I didn't have my son beat that brat to death." The parent group exploded with insults directed at me and my daughter. Even the teacher tagged Luna and said, "Mason did well today. I'll give him a gold star tomorrow." Luna sent a smug emoji and taunted me directly, "If you're mad about it, come find me." My son and I are still at the kindergarten. As I headed to the kindergarten with my daughter, I messaged my company's legal team. Prepare a divorce agreement for the prenup. I want David out with nothing. Also, my daughter was assaulted at the kindergarten. Bring a team over immediately. I want them to pay dearly. How dare David, a freeloader, keep a mistress and a child on the side? When we arrived at the kindergarten, the first person I saw was Luna, standing outside surrounded by other parents from the class. Luna, you're so lucky. If it weren't for all this, we wouldn't have known your husband is the CEO of Martin Group. Exactly. No wonder I thought you had such an elegant aura. The moment I saw you, it's that high-class grace that comes with wealth. We're all here to support you today. We're proper mothers, and we can't let a low-class homewrecker push you around. Right? What good could come from a homewrecker's daughter? Mason is truly the heir of Martin Group. He's already standing up for the people at such a young age. Even the teacher was fawning over Luna. Luna, let me know Mason's favorite foods and we'll adjust the kindergarten menu to suit his taste from now on. Luna was basking in the praise. David had been freeloading off my family for years, doing nothing. To give him some responsibility, I handed him control of the smallest branch of Martin Group. I never expected this would become Luna's source of pride and admiration. As soon as they saw me, the parents who had been flattering her just moments ago immediately frowned and looked at me with disgust, as if I were something filthy and repulsive. The teacher walked up to me, her face cold, and said, "Miss Walker, I've been instructed by the principal to inform you that Emily is expelled, effective immediately." I glared at her and asked coldly, "My daughter was attacked. Instead of seeking justice for her, you're expelling her." The teacher responded indifferently, "This is an elite kindergarten. The children who come here all come from wealthy or noble families. A child born from a homewrecker like you staying here would only damage our reputation." My expression darkened as I warned her coldly, "I suggest you investigate who the real homewrecker and illegitimate child are before speaking." Just as I finished speaking, Luna stormed over to me. She slapped me hard across the face. "How dare a filthy homewrecker like you flaunt yourself in front of me? Did you really think having a bastard child would let you take my place as Mrs. Jones?" The sudden slap left me stunned. The other parents began mocking me, pointing fingers. "You look decent. So why stoop to being a mistress and having a child? Mistresses are the shame of all women, and their kids are even worse." The insults and accusations attracted more bystanders who started pointing at me. Some even took out their phones to take pictures and videos and spat at me. I took off my $1,000,000 coat and tossed it into the trash. Then I turned to face Luna directly. "First, you told your son to bully my daughter, and now you're hitting me in public. Who gave you the audacity to act so lawlessly?" Luna arrogantly replied, "It's only right for a wife to slap a mistress. Besides, I'm the wife of the Martin Group CEO. Beating you and your filthy daughter is nothing. I could even take your lives and it wouldn't matter." The other parents chimed in. "If you hadn't been a mistress, Luna wouldn't have hit you. You brought this on yourself. You're just a filthy mistress. Instead of keeping your head down, you're out here provoking us. Getting slapped is the least of what you deserve. Yeah, you got a taste for being a... Who are you pretending to be the innocent victim for? We're not like those men blinded by lust." Even the bystanders joined in on the insults. Each insult was more vicious than the last. This only emboldened Luna. She glared at my car behind me, eyes blazing with anger. "You filthy woman, spending my husband's money like it's nothing. How dare you drive a Rolls-Royce? A cheap mistress like you doesn't deserve this car. I hate mistresses more than anything. Every mistress on earth should die." As she spoke, she pulled out a key and scratched large letters across my car's surface. "Mistresses must die." I glanced at the glaring words and said coldly, "You'll soon realize how ironic those words are." Hearing this, Luna flew into a rage. "You filthy woman, living off my husband's money and acting all high and mighty? Today, I'll make sure you pay back every penny you've taken from him." She picked up a brick from the sidewalk and started smashing my car with all her strength. She didn't spare anything. The windows, headlights, and the hood. Everything was attacked. Seeing this, the other parents were energized. They picked up whatever they could find and joined in on the rampage, smashing my car with enthusiasm. After breaking the windows, they climbed inside, slashing at the seats and tearing apart the interior. The once pristine luxury car was quickly reduced to a heap of scrap metal. At that moment, one of the women broke open the trunk and gasped, "Look, there's a bunch of expensive stuff hidden in here." Luna approached casually, pulling out a painting, sneering, "A woman who makes her living selling herself is collecting art? Trying to act all cultured? It's an insult for trash like you to own something like this. Someone like you only deserves trash." As I watched Luna and the other parents reduce my car to rubble, I felt a mix of rage and determination rising within me. But instead of yelling, arguing, or crying, I simply remained silent, my face expressionless, my cold eyes fixed on Luna and the group around her. They didn't know it yet, but their arrogance and aggression had just awakened something they could never control. Once Luna finished scratching the car and everyone was laughing and boasting about what they'd done, I noticed one of my company lawyers arriving at the scene. He gave me a concerned look, but I merely nodded slightly. The lawyer approached me discreetly, handing me a stack of documents. Luna, noticing the movement, walked over with a smug smile. "Already got your lawyer here?" she mocked, with the other parents chuckling. "Thought you could sue me and come out on top?" I didn't respond. I simply took the documents and walked up to Luna, holding the papers out to her. Her eyes narrowed, confused, as she took the papers from my hand. "These are divorce papers," I said coldly. "David is out of my life without a cent of my money." I also instructed my team to head to the branch he was managing. By now, his belongings should be packed and he's officially out of the Martin Group. Luna's smile disappeared, replaced by an expression of shock and growing fury. "That's a lie. You can't do this. David is the CEO. He has rights." David was never the CEO. He was just the manager of a small branch, a responsibility I gave him to see if he'd grow up. But he chose to betray me with you. A woman so low she thought destroying my car and bullying a child was the best way to show superiority. The parents around Luna began murmuring, confused and uneasy. The atmosphere shifted. Some of them started to back away, realizing that something was very wrong. Luna began to tremble with rage. "I'm the legitimate wife. You're just a mistress," she screamed. At that moment, the security team from my company arrived. There were 6 men, all in uniform with an intimidating posture. They walked directly towards me, awaiting instructions. The parents surrounding Luna began to scatter, seeing that the situation was becoming serious. "I want you to ensure Luna and anyone else who participated in this destruction are detained," I ordered. "I already have enough evidence to charge them with vandalism, assault, and defamation. Also, my daughter was harmed. That will be dealt with legally, too." The security guards moved quickly. 2 of them grabbed Luna by the arms as she struggled and yelled, trying to break free. The others began approaching the parents who were involved in destroying my car, who now looked terrified, not knowing what to do. "This is absurd. You can't do this," Luna shouted as she was led away. "I'll destroy you. You'll see." I paid no attention. I simply turned and walked over to the lawyer who handed me another document. I took it and walked over to the teacher, who was watching the scene, pale and scared. "Here is a court order," I said, handing her the document. "This kindergarten will be investigated for complicity in child abuse. My daughter will not be expelled, and any attempt to prevent her return will result in severe legal consequences. I have also alerted the media about what happened here today. I will hold a press conference to make sure everyone knows exactly what occurred with names and evidence." The teacher took the paper, her hands trembling, unable to respond. Her arrogance had completely dissipated, replaced by evident fear. She looked at the document and then at me, visibly at a loss for words. Luna was taken to the police car that had been called by my team. She was still shouting, trying to justify her actions, saying I was a homewrecker, but now no one seemed to be listening to her. The other parents were also taken away one by one, all clearly regretting what they had done. I saw some of them crying, begging to be released, but it was too late. They chose to follow Luna, and now they would face the consequences. At the end of it all, I looked at my daughter, who had been watching the scene in silence. I knelt down to her, hugging her tenderly. "No one will ever hurt you again, sweetheart. I promise," I whispered. She nodded, her eyes still teary, but there was a glimmer of hope in them. I took her hand and led her away from the scene. As we left, the onlookers' gazes were no longer of disdain but of astonishment and even fear. They saw what happens when you mess with someone you shouldn't. I wasn't just any woman. I was the head of the Martin Group, and no one, absolutely no one, got away with challenging me or hurting my daughter. This was the beginning of a new chapter, one in which I would do everything to protect those I loved and, at the same time, ensure that anyone who tried to destroy me faced justice without mercy. As soon as I resolved the situation at the kindergarten and ensured that everyone involved was taken away by the police, I knew that legal justice alone would not be enough. People needed to know what those individuals were capable of, especially the institution that had the obligation to protect and educate children. I took out my phone and made a detailed post on all my social media platforms. In the post, I described every moment of my daughter's suffering, from the bullying to the injuries I found on her body. I explained how Luna ordered the attack, how the teacher was complicit, and how the kindergarten, instead of protecting an innocent child, decided to humiliate and expel her. I included photos of the marks on my daughter's body, videos of the parents destroying my car, and even the picture of the painting Luna pulled out of the trunk. My words were clear. This is the reality of an elite kindergarten that should care for children, but instead endorses abuse and violence. My daughter was hurt, humiliated, and now I demand justice. Not just for myself, but for every child who has ever faced this and was silenced. The post went viral quickly. People from all over started sharing my story. The name of the kindergarten was in all the headlines. The kindergarten's Instagram was flooded with comments and criticism from outraged parents demanding answers, while the administration desperately tried to control the damage. Within a few days, the official profile of the kindergarten was deactivated, unable to handle the volume of accusations and pressure. The few remaining parents also began withdrawing their children, afraid of what could happen in a place where abuse was treated with indifference. Before the lawsuit even reached court, the kindergarten had to shut its doors. No sane parent wanted to keep their children in such a toxic institution. The location was surrounded by reporters, and the scandal only grew. I was approached by several TV networks to give interviews, and I told the story from beginning to end, without failing to expose Luna, the teachers, and even my ex-husband David's involvement. The legal process continued, and in court, Luna and the teacher had no escape. With all the evidence presented, the videos, the witnesses who were intimidated to give testimony in my favor, and Luna's arrogant admission that she had incited her son to attack my daughter, both were found guilty. They were sentenced to prison for assault, complicity, and child abuse, as well as defamation and vandalism. Additionally, the fine they had to pay was enormous. I made sure that every cent was put towards my daughter's future. All that dirty money they tried to use against me was now destined for her care and education, ensuring that nothing and no one would hurt her again. The expression on Luna's face when she heard the amount of the fine was priceless. All the money she bragged about receiving from my ex-husband would now be used to repair the damages she herself caused. And speaking of David, the divorce was finally official. I proved without a shadow of a doubt that the real mistress in the story was a man. Not me, but Luna. David tried to argue, tried to manipulate me, saying he had been deceived, but I no longer had the patience to listen to lies. He left with nothing, as he deserved, without any chance of reclaiming the small power he once had in my company. The last I heard of him, he was living off favors, unemployed, while trying to avoid creditors. In the end, I not only cleared my name and ensured justice was served, I showed that no one can intimidate, hurt, or belittle someone without consequence, especially my daughter. She returned to attending a new school surrounded by love and care, and I made sure it was the best possible. What Luna and those parents did was not just an attack against me, but against everything I had built and, most importantly, against my daughter. They tried to destroy us but only gave me more strength to fight. And every one of those people paid dearly for underestimating the strength of a mother determined to protect those she loves. Now on to the next story. Story 4. I turned 18 3 weeks ago, and I still haven't blown out a single candle. My name's Evan, and if you told me a year ago that my own parents would cancel my birthday just to keep my brother from throwing a tantrum, I would have laughed and said, "No way, that's too obvious even for them." But here we are. My family has always revolved around my younger brother, Ryan. He's 16, and to put it nicely, he thinks the sun rises and sets for him. If he gets a bad grade, Mom emails the teacher to argue it. If he gets in trouble at school, Dad lectures the principal about understanding Ryan's needs. And if Ryan so much as frowns, the entire household goes silent, waiting to figure out how to make him happy again. Meanwhile, I've been the easy kid. I get good grades, stay out of trouble, cook my own food, do my laundry. You'd think that would earn me a little respect. Instead, it just makes me invisible. When my birthday was coming up, I didn't even ask for much. Just a small dinner with my grandparents and a cake. I saved up for my own gift, a used acoustic guitar I found online. For once, I wanted to feel like my day mattered, like I wasn't just the background character in Ryan's world. Mom nodded distractedly when I told her my plans, and Dad muttered something about checking his schedule. That was enough for me. I figured they were on board. I even spent 2 hours cleaning the house so it would look nice for when everyone came over. The day before my birthday, Ryan had a meltdown over the dumbest thing imaginable. Dad wouldn't let him borrow the car for a late-night party. He slammed doors, threw his shoes down the hallway, and started yelling about how no one cares about him and how Evan always gets whatever he wants. I just sat in my room, headphones in, trying to stay out of it, but I could still hear every word. My chest felt tight. Ryan has always had this way of making me feel guilty for existing. Eventually, I heard Mom knock on my door and say, "Evan, we need to talk." She sat on the edge of my bed with that look. The one that means she's about to say something that benefits Ryan at my expense. "Honey," she said in that soft tone she uses when she's trying to act reasonable, "we're going to have to postpone your birthday dinner. Ryan is really upset right now, and we don't want to trigger him with a big celebration tomorrow." I just stared at her. Postpone? It's my 18th birthday. You only turn 18 once. Her smile thinned. "I know, but we can celebrate next weekend when things calm down. It'll be better for everyone. Better for everyone." Translation: better for Ryan. My fists curled against my bedsheets. Dad poked his head into my room to add, "Just let this go, Evan. Be the mature one here." The mature one. The phrase burned worse than anything else they'd said. I nodded slowly, but inside I felt something shift. For years, I'd been swallowing my frustration, convincing myself it wasn't worth making a scene. But this was the line. They had just told me point blank that my birthday was less important than keeping Ryan from throwing a fit. The next morning, my grandparents called to wish me a happy birthday. When I told them dinner was postponed, there was a long pause before my grandpa said, "Postponed? For what?" I didn't answer. Couldn't. I just felt this cold, quiet anger settle in my chest, like a storm forming far off in the distance. That was the moment I knew something had to change. That night, I sat in my room, staring at the blank space where a cake should have been, and I started planning my next move. The day after my canceled birthday felt strangely quiet, like the house itself knew something was off. I went through the motions, made breakfast, got ready for school, but there was this dull heaviness in my chest that wouldn't go away. Mom cheerfully acted like nothing had happened, and Ryan came downstairs late, yawning and smirking like he'd just won some great battle. He ruffled my hair as he passed me, which he knows I hate, and said, "Cheer up, Evan. It's just a birthday. Just a birthday." The words stuck to me like wet clothes. That night, I overheard Mom and Dad talking in the kitchen while I was upstairs doing homework. They were praising Ryan for calming down after his tantrum, like he just performed some heroic feat. Then Mom said, "I think it's good we delayed Evan's party. It shows Ryan we're willing to compromise." Compromise? That's what they called erasing my 18th birthday. Over the next week, little things kept piling up, each one scraping against me like sandpaper. Ryan decided he wanted to host a study session at the house with his friends, which of course meant loud music and video games more than any actual studying. And Mom asked me to make myself scarce so I wouldn't distract them. I ended up eating a sandwich in my room with headphones on, even though I had a test the next day and really wanted to use the dining table to work. Then there was the grocery store incident. Mom took me along to help her carry things, and when Ryan texted her asking for a specific energy drink, she sent me running back down 3 aisles to grab it. When I came back, slightly out of breath, she didn't even thank me. Just said, "You should be more considerate, Evan." Ryan had a rough week. I wanted to shout, "So did I," but instead, I bit my tongue until I could taste iron. Things escalated 2 days later when I finally worked up the courage to ask about rescheduling my birthday dinner. I caught Mom while she was folding laundry and said as casually as I could, "So, when are we doing my birthday thing? I'd like to invite Grandma and Grandpa." She didn't even look up. "Oh, honey, this weekend's no good. Ryan's got a soccer game and we're taking him out to dinner afterward to celebrate." "Okay, what about next weekend?" "We'll see," she said, and then changed the subject like we were discussing the weather. I walked back to my room in a fog. It was like someone had quietly erased my birthday from the calendar. Like it never existed. That night at dinner, Ryan complained that he needed new cleats for his upcoming tournament. Dad immediately said, "We'll make it work." Even though we just talked about how money was tight, I glanced at the corner of the fridge where the grocery budget list hung, and I couldn't stop myself from asking, "Didn't we say no extras this month?" Dad shot me a look sharp enough to cut glass. "Don't be selfish, Evan. Your brother's future depends on this tournament. These things are an investment." I almost laughed, not because it was funny, but because of how absurd it sounded. Ryan's future involved playing JV soccer and quitting half his hobbies whenever they got hard. But I kept my mouth shut and finished my dinner in silence, my appetite gone. A few days later, I came home from school to find Ryan sitting at the kitchen counter eating the cake I'd bought for myself with my own money. It was a small vanilla cake I'd hidden in the back of the fridge, planning to eat with my grandparents when they came over that weekend since Mom still hadn't scheduled anything. "Ryan, what are you doing?" I asked, my voice shaking. He grinned with frosting on his face. "Oh, this was yours? Mom said I could have some." "Chill. It's just cake. Just cake. Just a birthday. Just me being erased one piece at a time." When I confronted Mom, she looked genuinely confused by my anger. "Evan, you're overreacting. Ryan needed a little pick-me-up after practice. Besides, you shouldn't be hiding food from the family." "It wasn't hidden," I said through gritted teeth. "It was mine. I paid for it." Her voice sharpened. "Watch your tone. We don't keep score in this family. You know how sensitive Ryan is right now. Don't make things harder on him." That night, I lay in bed staring at the ceiling, my heart pounding with a mix of anger and something else. Clarity. For years, I've been telling myself that if I just stayed quiet, if I just did the right thing, my parents would eventually notice me, appreciate me, treat me fairly. But the truth was staring me in the face. They weren't going to change. The next week was a blur of small indignities. Ryan forgot to do his chores, so I was told to be a team player and take out the trash for him. He spilled soda on the living room rug and blamed me, and Mom believed him without question. And when I got an acceptance letter from the local college's honors program, Mom barely glanced at it before saying, "That's nice, dear," and then turning to ask Ryan how practice went. Each moment was like a drop of water wearing a hole into stone. My patience, my hope, my willingness to keep trying. All of it was eroding. Then came the breaking point. One Friday night, I came home from a late shift at my part-time job to find Ryan sitting on my bed, scrolling through my phone. "What are you doing?" I demanded, my voice louder than I meant it to be. He shrugged. "Relax. I just wanted to see if you had that game download I wanted. You went through my phone without asking." "Big deal," he said, tossing it back onto the bed. "You have nothing to hide anyway." When I told Mom and Dad, they didn't punish him. They didn't even tell him not to do it again. Instead, Dad said Ryan was just curious. Maybe if you weren't so secretive, he wouldn't feel the need to snoop. I stood there stunned. They were blaming me. That night, I sat at my desk and made a list, not of chores or homework, but of everything that had happened over the last month. The canceled birthday, the cake, the constant favoritism, the invasion of my privacy. By the time I was done, the page was full. My handwriting pressed so hard into the paper that it left dents. Looking at that list, I felt oddly calm. It was like seeing everything laid out finally gave me permission to admit that this wasn't just normal family stuff. This was a pattern, one that wasn't going to stop as long as I stayed under their roof. I started keeping my door locked whenever I could. I began moving some of my things, my guitar, my books, my laptop, into boxes and sliding them under my bed. Quietly, carefully, I was getting ready. And then, just as I was beginning to think I could survive until graduation, something happened that pushed everything past the point of no return. 2 weeks after Ryan had gone through my phone, I came home one afternoon to find the front door wide open and voices carrying from inside. At first, I thought maybe we had company. But when I stepped into the living room, my heart dropped. My boxes, the ones I had carefully packed and slid under my bed, were sitting in the middle of the room, opened. My guitar case was leaning against the couch with the latches undone. My clothes were spilling out of the boxes, and my laptop sat on the coffee table like some kind of exhibit. Ryan was sitting cross-legged on the floor, grinning smugly, and Mom and Dad were standing over everything with their arms crossed. "What is this?" Dad asked, gesturing to my things. I froze in the doorway. "My stuff," I said slowly, already feeling my pulse quicken. "Why are you hiding it under your bed?" Mom demanded, her voice sharp. "Are you planning to run away?" I opened my mouth, but before I could speak, Ryan piped up. "Told you he was being shady. I caught him packing last night." "You what?" I snapped, turning to him. He just smirked. "Yeah, I looked under your bed while you were in the shower. Pretty clever hiding spot, by the way. You went through my room." My voice cracked, partly from anger, partly from the raw humiliation of having my privacy violated again. "Ryan was worried about you," Mom said like he was some kind of hero. "He thought you might be in trouble, and it turns out he was right. Evan, we need to talk about what's going on here." I clenched my jaw. "What's going on is that I'm tired of being treated like a guest in my own house." Dad's expression hardened. "Watch your tone. This is our house. If you have a problem with how things are run here, you can say so respectfully or you can leave." For a moment, the whole room went silent. Even Ryan stopped smirking. I swallowed hard. "Maybe I will," I said, my voice low. Mom's eyes widened like I had just threatened to burn the house down. "Evan, don't be dramatic. You're 18. You don't understand how the world works. You wouldn't last a week out there on your own." That should have scared me. But instead, I felt a strange, almost dizzying calm. I didn't argue with them. I didn't yell. I just quietly gathered my things from the living room and carried them back upstairs. Ryan kept making little comments as I passed. Things like, "Hope you like sleeping on park benches," and "Guess you don't care about family anymore." I ignored him, but each word felt like a push toward the edge of a cliff I'd been teetering on for years. The next day, I came home from school to find something that made my stomach drop even further. My laptop was gone. I tore apart my room looking for it, thinking maybe I just misplaced it, but it was nowhere. When I asked Mom, she said without a hint of guilt, "We took it away. We don't think it's healthy for you to be online so much right now. It's feeding this attitude you've had lately." "That laptop is mine," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "I paid for it with my job." "Then consider this a cooling-off period," Dad said from the kitchen table, sipping his coffee like we were discussing the weather. "You can have it back when we feel you've earned our trust again." I couldn't even speak. My throat felt tight. My ears were ringing. That laptop had everything on it, my schoolwork, my music recordings, even the scholarship essays I'd been working on for next semester. I spent the entire evening in my room, staring at the ceiling, feeling like the walls were closing in. This wasn't just about a canceled birthday anymore. This wasn't about Ryan being spoiled or me being ignored. This was about control, about them taking away the one thing I'd worked for, the one thing that was mine because they could. Later that night, I heard Ryan laughing in the hallway. He was talking on the phone to one of his friends, bragging, "Yeah, my parents totally busted him. He was planning to move out, but now they've got him on lockdown. He's not going anywhere." That was the moment something in me snapped. I didn't cry. I didn't storm out. I just sat up in bed and felt this cold, clear resolve settle over me. If they wanted to keep me trapped, they were about to find out what it was like to have me gone. Not just my presence, but everything I quietly did to keep the house running. The next morning, I started my silent rebellion. I stopped doing the extra chores I usually handled without being asked. No more unloading the dishwasher before school. No more tidying the living room. No more taking out the trash when Ryan forgot. I ate breakfast and left my dishes in the sink like everyone else. Mom noticed first. "Evan, can you clean up the kitchen before you head out?" "I don't have time," I said flatly, grabbing my backpack. Her eyebrows shot up. "Excuse me? I'm running late. Ryan can do it." Ryan groaned from the couch. "Why me? Because I'm not your maid?" I said, and walked out the door before they could respond. That week, I started spending more time at my part-time job and less at home. I picked up extra shifts, stayed late, and told my boss I was available on weekends. At first, it was just to get out of the house. But then I realized what I was really doing. Saving money. Quietly, steadily, I was building an exit plan. But even as I distanced myself, the situation at home kept deteriorating. One night, I came home after closing at work to find Ryan sitting at the kitchen table, waving my confiscated laptop around like a trophy. "Hey, look who finally came home," he said, grinning. "Mom said I could use this for homework since you don't need it right now." "You what?" I asked, my voice icy. He shrugged. "You weren't using it. Don't worry. I didn't mess with your stuff." "Well, not much." He laughed like it was the funniest thing in the world. I walked straight past him and into my room, slamming the door so hard the walls rattled. My heart was pounding so fast it felt like it might burst. That was the night I decided I wasn't just going to leave. I was going to make sure they understood exactly what it meant to lose me. And then, just as I was finalizing my plans to move out quietly, fate handed me the perfect opportunity, one that would make my absence impossible to ignore. The morning after Ryan had paraded my laptop around like a trophy, I woke up with this strange heaviness in my chest. Not anger this time, something quieter, something hollow. It was like all the fight had drained out of me overnight, leaving just a dull ache. When I came downstairs, Mom was at the stove making pancakes for Ryan, who was sitting at the table in his soccer gear, scrolling on my laptop. My laptop. "Morning," Mom said brightly like nothing was wrong. "I made extra if you want some." I just shook my head and grabbed an apple from the counter. "Evan, sit down," Dad said from behind his newspaper. "You barely eat with us anymore." I wanted to tell him that maybe I'd feel like eating breakfast with them if they hadn't turned every meal into another round of Ryan worship hour. But instead, I just said, "I'm not hungry," and walked out the door before either of them could press the issue. At school, I felt like a ghost. I sat through my classes, took notes, answered questions when called on. But I wasn't really there. I kept replaying the image of Ryan's smug grin in my head over and over until it made my stomach twist. When I got home that afternoon, my room was a mess. Ryan had apparently decided my closet was fair game now that I wasn't using my stuff anyway. Half my clothes were on the floor, and he'd taken my favorite hoodie. I found him in the living room wearing it. "Take it off," I said, my voice flat. "Relax," he said, not even looking up from his phone. "It looks better on me anyway." Something inside me broke then, not loudly, not dramatically. It was more like the quiet snap of a thread that had been pulled too tight for too long. I didn't yell. I didn't fight him for the hoodie. I just turned around, went upstairs, and shut my door. That night, I sat on the edge of my bed with my phone in my hands, staring at the screen. I had been looking at apartment listings in secret for days. But now, I opened them again with new urgency. Studio apartments, shared rentals, anything cheap but livable. I called my boss and asked if I could take on full-time hours after graduation. She said yes without hesitation, adding, "You're one of the hardest workers we've got, Evan." It was the first kind word I'd heard in weeks. I started making lists, real lists this time, not just angry scribbles like before. What I would need to buy, what I would take with me, how much money I'd need for first month's rent and a deposit. I counted the cash I'd saved from work and realized I was closer than I thought. But the closer I got to being free, the worse things seemed to get at home. 2 days later, I came home to find that Ryan had been cleaning my room. My drawers were open, my books were stacked wrong, and the few personal things I had left, my journal, my headphones, had been moved. "Why were you in my room?" I asked, trying to keep my voice level. He shrugged. "Mom told me to tidy up since you never do it yourself anymore." "You're welcome." I laughed then. Not a happy laugh, but the kind that sounds a little too sharp. "You mean she told you to snoop? Congratulations, Ryan. You found my socks. Truly heroic." "Don't be such a drama queen," he said, rolling his eyes. That night, I stayed late at work just to avoid going home. I cleaned up after everyone else had left, organized the shelves, even mopped the floor. Anything to stall walking back into that house. When I finally did get home, the lights were off and everyone was asleep. I stood in the hallway for a long time, listening to the silence, feeling the strange mix of sadness and relief. The next morning, Mom cornered me in the kitchen. "Evan, we're worried about you. You've been so distant lately." I almost choked on my coffee. "You're worried about me now?" Her eyes narrowed. "Don't take that tone with me. You're still living under our roof, and we expect respect." Respect? The word hit me like a slap. I didn't argue. I just walked past her out the door and spent the entire day at school thinking about how strange it was that they expected respect but never gave any back. That weekend, I told my grandparents what had been happening. We met for coffee, just the three of us. And when I told them about the canceled birthday, the confiscated laptop, the invasion of my room, they both went very quiet. Grandpa finally said, "Evan, you don't have to stay there if it's hurting you." "Where would I go?" I asked, my voice barely above a whisper. Grandma reached across the table and squeezed my hand. "You've always been responsible. If you find a place, we'll help you with the deposit. Just say the word." I swallowed hard. "Are you sure?" She smiled sadly. "Sweetheart, you deserve to feel safe where you live. If your parents can't give you that, then it's time to find it for yourself." That night, I went home and started packing in earnest. Not the secret, cautious packing from before, real packing. I put my clothes into bags, wrapped up my books, and quietly moved a few things into the trunk of my car when no one was looking. Each trip felt like a small act of rebellion, like I was reclaiming a piece of myself with every box I carried out. But just when I thought I was finally getting ahead, just when I could almost see the finish line, something happened that made everything 100 times worse and forced me to move faster than I'd ever planned. I woke up the next morning to sunlight spilling across my room. And for the first time in weeks, I didn't feel that usual heaviness pressing down on my chest. Instead, I felt something sharper: determination. Everything in my room was half-packed now. Boxes stacked neatly in a corner, bags zipped and ready. If anyone walked in, they'd know exactly what I was planning. But I didn't care anymore. Hiding had gotten me nowhere. Before school, I stopped by the bank to deposit the cash I'd been keeping in a shoebox. My savings account balance had never looked this good. Nearly enough for a deposit and first month's rent. Seeing that number on the screen gave me a little surge of power. For so long, I'd felt trapped, dependent, like my parents were holding all the cards. But now I could feel the ground shifting under my feet. I was building my own way out, brick by brick. At school, I stayed late in the library working on my scholarship essays. With my laptop still confiscated, I had to use the school computers, but I didn't care. In fact, staying late meant I didn't have to go home right away. By the end of the week, I had 3 applications finished and submitted. Each one felt like a quiet little victory, a step toward the future I was building that had nothing to do with my parents' approval. My boss noticed my new energy, too. One evening after closing, she called me into her office and said, "You've been stepping up a lot lately. I'd like to make you a shift lead." I blinked. "Are you serious?" She nodded. You've earned it. Comes with a raise. Not huge, but enough to make a difference. I walked out of that office feeling 10 feet tall. It wasn't just about the money, though that helped. It was about someone recognizing my effort, my reliability. Things my family had dismissed as just being the easy kid. For once, someone saw me. By the end of the month, I had found a small studio apartment 10 minutes from work. It wasn't much. A single room with a kitchenette and a bathroom barely big enough to turn around in. But it was mine. The landlord was an older guy who seemed kind, but businesslike. When I handed him the deposit and first month's rent, my hands were shaking, not from fear, but from exhilaration. That night, I sat in my car outside the apartment building, just staring at the key in my hand. This was it. My ticket out. At home, things were still tense. Ryan had started sulking more now that I wasn't reacting to his provocations. He'd toss my things around, take my charger, hide my shoes, but I didn't give him the satisfaction of blowing up anymore. Every time he tried to get under my skin, I just thought about the key in my pocket and smiled to myself. Mom noticed the change, too. One evening, as I was heading upstairs with a laundry basket, she stopped me at the bottom of the stairs. You've been very quiet lately, she said cautiously. I've been busy, I replied, keeping my tone even. She frowned. Busy with what? Work, school, my future. Something flickered across her face, then confusion, concern, maybe even guilt. But she didn't press me further. My grandparents came over that weekend, and this time I didn't hold back. I showed them pictures of the apartment, told them about my new promotion, even mentioned that I'd been approved for a small scholarship. Grandpa beamed and said, "That's our boy. You're really making something of yourself." It had been so long since I'd felt proud of myself without someone immediately tearing me down. I couldn't stop smiling the rest of the day. The next few days felt almost like living a double life. At school and work, I was this calm, capable version of myself who was steadily building a future. At home, I was quiet, polite, and almost invisible, but only because I wanted to be. Every time I folded another shirt into a box or slid another bag into my car, I felt more in control. I started removing my possessions from the house little by little. The photos of me on the fridge disappeared one by one. My shoes were no longer by the front door. My guitar stand was empty. It was like I was slowly erasing myself from their world, preparing them for what was coming without them even realizing it. Then came the day I got my laptop back. It happened casually, almost anticlimactically. I came home from work and found it sitting on my bed with a sticky note that said, "We trust you again." I stared at it for a long time, then laughed. An actual laugh this time, not bitter or angry. I didn't need their permission anymore. I had already built a life outside of their control, and no one could take that from me. That night, I used the laptop to make a checklist of the final things I needed. A couple of pieces of furniture, cleaning supplies, groceries for the new place. I ordered most of it online and had it shipped directly to the apartment. By the time the weekend rolled around, I was ready. My car was packed full. My savings were enough to cover at least 2 months of expenses, and my apartment key was warm in my pocket. But before I could make my quiet exit, before I could slip away without a scene, something happened that accelerated everything and turned my quiet departure into something much bigger than I'd ever imagined. 2 days before I planned to move out, I came home early from work and walked into the house just in time to overhear a conversation that changed everything. Mom and Dad were in the kitchen talking in low voices, and Ryan was sitting at the counter eating cereal. I was about to slip past and head upstairs when I caught my own name. "He's been pulling away for months," Mom was saying. "I don't understand what we did wrong." "You didn't do anything wrong," Dad replied, his tone dismissive. "He's just going through a phase. Once he sees how hard it is out there, he'll come crawling back. He doesn't realize how much he relies on us." Ryan snorted. "Yeah, good luck to him. He can't even keep his room clean. He'll be back in a week." I froze in the hallway. They weren't worried. They were waiting for me to fail. They thought my independence was some kind of rebellion, a tantrum like Ryan's, but quieter. They weren't scared to lose me. They were convinced I'd be back, begging them for help. For a long moment, I just stood there, heart pounding, a cold clarity washing over me. This wasn't just about getting out anymore. It was about proving them wrong, about making sure they understood that I could survive, even thrive, without them. That night, I sat in my room with my laptop open, staring at the glowing screen and thinking. I wasn't just going to leave quietly. I was going to make sure they felt the weight of me being gone. Not in a vindictive way, but in a way that made them realize what they had taken for granted. I started with the practical things. I gathered every bill, subscription, and account that had my name on it, the internet plan, the streaming services, even the shared family cloud storage that I had been paying for since I got my job sophomore year. One by one, I changed the payment methods or canceled them outright. If I was leaving, I wasn't going to keep footing the bill for a house that no longer felt like mine. Then I moved on to my responsibilities around the house. I'd always been the one to quietly fix things, replace light bulbs, unclog the sink, keep the fridge organized. I made a mental list of all the little tasks no one noticed until they weren't done. It wasn't petty. It was practical. If they were so sure I'd be back, they were about to get a taste of what it was like without me there to keep things running smoothly. I also started talking to my grandparents more. They were still quietly supportive, though I could tell they were trying not to take sides. One afternoon, Grandma slipped me an envelope with a few hundred in it. "Consider it a little cushion," she said softly. "Just until you get settled." I felt my throat tighten. "Thank you. I promise I won't waste it." She smiled. "You've never wasted anything, Evan. That's why we know you're going to be okay." That night, I went to the apartment after work to drop off the last of my boxes. It felt surreal standing in the middle of that empty space, imagining how it would look once I brought in the rest of my things. For the first time, I let myself really picture it. Coming home to a place that was mine, eating dinner without being interrupted, playing my guitar without Ryan pounding on the wall. But as much as I wanted to just stay there right then, I knew I had one last thing to do before I left. One last piece to put into place that would make this exit unforgettable. The final push came from Ryan himself. Ironically enough, the night before I planned to move out, I came home to find him in my room again, this time sitting on my bed and scrolling through my phone. I didn't even bother asking why. I just held out my hand and said, "Give it back." He smirked, but handed it over. "You really should put a passcode on that thing if you don't want people going through it." "I did," I said flatly. "You guessed it." He laughed. "What? Your birthday? Too easy." Something about the way he said it, like my birthday was a joke, like he had beaten me at some game, made my stomach clench. That was the moment I realized this wasn't just about leaving anymore. It was about showing all of them that I wasn't someone they could control or dismiss whenever it was convenient. After dinner, I locked my door and spent the rest of the night making sure everything was ready. My car was already packed except for the essentials I'd need in the morning. I double-checked the cancellations, the payments, the address changes. I even scheduled the internet service to end the day after I left, just to make sure the house wouldn't go dark until I was safely gone. And then I did something I'd been debating for days. I wrote a letter. It wasn't angry or dramatic. No yelling in all caps, no accusations. Just a clear, calm explanation of why I was leaving, how I felt, and what I needed. I told them I wasn't running away. I wasn't punishing them. I was choosing myself for once. When I finished, I set it on my desk where they'd find it after I was gone. Then I sat in the dark for a while, listening to the quiet hum of the house. For the first time, I didn't feel trapped by it. I felt ready. Tomorrow I would leave. And when they woke up, they'd finally see what it looked like when I wasn't there to hold everything together. The morning I left, the house was still quiet when I woke up. Sunlight was just beginning to creep across my floor, lighting up the stacks of boxes that were no longer hidden, but standing out in the open like silent witnesses. I dressed quietly, packed the last few items into my backpack, my journal, my headphones, the letter, and took one last look around my room. It didn't feel like my room anymore. The posters were gone. The shelves were bare. The space almost echoed. For the first time, instead of sadness, I felt relief. Downstairs, I could hear the faint sounds of Mom clattering around in the kitchen. Ryan was still asleep. I could tell from the silence, and Dad hadn't left for work yet. My heart was beating fast, but I moved with a kind of calm focus, the way you do when you've rehearsed something over and over in your head. I set the letter neatly on my desk where they couldn't miss it, then grabbed my guitar case and my backpack. Each step down the stairs felt heavier than the last, not from fear, but from the weight of what I was finally doing. Before I left, I did the last few things on my mental checklist. I unplugged the Wi-Fi router and tucked it under my arm. It was in my name, after all, and I had every right to take it. Then, I grabbed the small basket by the front door where we kept spare house keys. I took mine off the ring and set it on top with a quiet little click. When I stepped outside, the early morning air hit me like a shock. My car was packed full. Boxes, bags, a few pieces of furniture I'd managed to fit in the back seat. I slid into the driver's seat, started the engine, and for a moment just sat there staring at the house. No big dramatic goodbye, no yelling, no slamming doors, just me finally choosing to leave. By the time everyone woke up, I was already at my new apartment unloading the car. I spent the entire morning moving in, arranging my few belongings, making the space feel like mine. The silence was different here. Not tense or heavy, just quiet, peaceful. Around noon, my phone started blowing up. First, it was Mom. "Evan, where are you? Why is your room empty?" Then, "Dad, call us right now. This is unacceptable." Then, Ryan of all people, "Dude, Mom is freaking out. Dad's yelling. What did you do?" I ignored all of them until I had finished setting up the Wi-Fi in my apartment. Then, when I was finally sitting on my little second-hand couch with my laptop on my knees, I texted back a single line, "Check the letter." It didn't take long for the next call to come in. This time it was Dad again. I let it go to voicemail. His voice was tight, almost panicked. "Evan, we read your note. You can't just leave like this. We need to talk. Call us back." I didn't call. By evening, the messages had gone from angry to pleading. Mom wrote, "We didn't realize you felt this way. Please come home so we can talk." I sat back against the couch and let out a slow breath. For the first time, they weren't dismissing my feelings, weren't telling me to be the mature one. For the first time, they sounded like they actually saw me. That weekend, the real fallout began. I heard from my grandparents that Mom and Dad had been scrambling to figure out how to pay for the bills I'd been covering. The internet was shut off for a full day before they could get it switched into their names. Ryan had a meltdown when he couldn't play video games, which apparently set off another round of shouting matches between everyone. Part of me almost felt guilty hearing about the chaos, but then I remembered all the times I'd been told to just let it go. All the times my own needs had been brushed aside for Ryan's comfort. And the guilt faded. I wasn't cruel about it. I didn't gloat. I didn't rub it in. But I didn't rush to fix things for them either. Every time I was tempted to step in and smooth things over like I always had, I reminded myself this was exactly what they needed to feel. Meanwhile, my own life was finally starting to take shape. I bought a small second-hand table for my kitchen, a thrift store lamp for the corner of the living room. Each little addition made the apartment feel more like home. I started sleeping better than I had in months, waking up without that knot of dread in my stomach. At work, my boss pulled me aside and told me she'd put me on the schedule for more closing shifts since I was so reliable. The extra money meant I could start saving faster. And for once, every cent I earned went to my own future, not to keeping the household running for everyone else. Ryan tried calling me a few times, first to taunt me, "Bet you're miserable out there," and then to complain, "Mom is making me do your chores now. Thanks a lot." I didn't respond to either. Instead, I focused on building my new life. I signed up for an extra night class to get ahead on my college credits. I started playing my guitar again, something I hadn't done in weeks because every time I picked it up at home, Ryan would bang on the wall and yell at me to stop. Now I could play as loud as I wanted, as late as I wanted, and no one said a word. The night I finally strung up a few posters on the wall and sat cross-legged on the floor eating takeout, I realized I was smiling. A real smile this time, not the tight, polite kind I'd worn at home, but the kind that came from somewhere deep, somewhere free. And then, just as I was settling into this new rhythm, Just as I was starting to feel like I'd finally taken back control of my life, something happened that brought all the simmering tension with my family to a boil and forced them to face the consequences of what they'd done to drive me away. The fallout came faster and harder than I ever expected. A few days after I'd settled into my apartment, my grandparents called me. Grandpa's voice was low, almost conspiratorial. "Well, you certainly shook things up over there," he said. "What do you mean?" I asked, sitting up straighter. "They've been fighting nonstop," Grandma chimed in. "Your mom's been crying. Your dad's been pacing. And Ryan, well, apparently he's not taking the loss of Wi-Fi very gracefully." I almost laughed. For years, every family argument had somehow been about keeping Ryan calm, keeping Ryan happy. And now they were finally seeing what happened when the one person who kept everything quietly running stepped away. Later that evening, my phone buzzed again. It was Mom. This time I answered. "Evan," she said, her voice tired. "Can we please talk? We need to see you." "I'm listening," I said carefully. We didn't realize you felt so neglected. We thought you were okay. You never complained." I took a long breath before answering. "That was the problem, Mom. I kept quiet because every time I tried to speak up, I was told to be the mature one. My needs never came first. They barely came second. You canceled my 18th birthday to avoid upsetting Ryan. Do you have any idea what that felt like?" There was a long pause on the other end. I could hear her inhale shakily. "I do now," she admitted. "Your dad and we didn't handle that right. We let Ryan run the house because it was easier than fighting him. But losing you like this, it's not what we wanted." For a moment, I almost softened. Almost. But then I remembered all those nights I sat in my room staring at the ceiling, wondering why no one seemed to care about me, why I always had to be the one to sacrifice. "I'm not coming back," I said gently but firmly. "I'm happy here. I feel like myself here. If you want to see me, you can visit. But this is my home now." She didn't argue. She just said, "Okay," in a small voice, and we hung up. Over the next few weeks, things began to shift. Dad called me once, not to lecture me, but to apologize. It was awkward. He stumbled over his words like he wasn't sure how to say them, but I could tell he meant it. "We should have celebrated your birthday, son. We should have made you feel valued. I'm sorry." That apology landed heavier than I expected. For years, I'd been waiting to hear those words. Ryan didn't call, but I heard through the grapevine that his attitude had started to backfire now that he didn't have me to blame for everything. Mom and Dad had finally started making him do his own chores, pay for some of his own things, and face consequences when he messed up. Apparently, he hated it. Meanwhile, my life was only getting better. My raise kicked in, and for the first time, I had money left over at the end of the month. I started cooking for myself. Badly at first, but I got better, and my tiny apartment began to feel like a sanctuary. The peace was addictive. No slammed doors, no shouting matches, no walking on eggshells every time Ryan was in a bad mood. One Saturday morning, a few months later, I invited my grandparents over for breakfast. We sat at my thrifted kitchen table drinking coffee and laughing. And when they left, Grandma hugged me tight and whispered, "You've built something good here. We're proud of you." After they left, I sat on the couch with my guitar in my lap, strumming lazily, and I thought about how far I'd come. The house I grew up in was still standing, but I wasn't a piece of it anymore. And for the first time, that didn't hurt. The final moment of closure came on my 19th birthday. I didn't expect anything, but that morning, there was a knock on my apartment door. When I opened it, Mom and Dad were standing there, awkward but sincere, holding a small cake with a single candle. "We'd like to try again," Mom said softly, "if you'll let us." I hesitated for a long moment before stepping aside and letting them in. We sat at my little table and they sang to me, off-key, slightly embarrassed but genuine. As I blew out the candle, I realized this wasn't just about revenge anymore. It wasn't about making them feel guilty. It was about finally being seen, finally being heard. And they were hearing me now in a way they never had before. When they left, Mom hugged me tight and whispered, "Happy birthday, Evan. Thank you for not giving up on us." I closed the door, leaned against it for a moment, and smiled. They had learned what life was like without me, and they had come back ready to do better. And I had learned that my voice mattered, that my life could be my own, no matter what house I lived in. As I sat back down with the last slice of cake and picked up my guitar, I thought to myself, this was the best birthday I'd ever had, because this time it was mine. Now on to the next story. Story 5. I'm Alex. I'm 29. And if you told me 5 years ago that I'd be sitting in a courtroom being sued by my own parents for $500,000, I would have laughed. I always thought we were a close-knit family. We did Sunday dinners. My mom still mailed me birthday cards with cheesy jokes inside. My dad gave me his old toolbox when I moved out. Normal stuff. But somewhere between my sister's big dreams and my parents' warped sense of family loyalty, everything cracked wide open. I didn't even see it coming. It started when my younger sister, Leia, turned 25. She's always had this princess aura, the kind of person who speaks in statements that sound like demands, but you're never quite sure until she gives you that expectant look. She had been bouncing between jobs since college, never staying long enough to figure out if she even liked them. One week, she wanted to run a bakery. Next, it was interior design. Then she got obsessed with crystals and said she needed a peaceful space to align her energy. That was the phrase she used when she told my parents she wanted to move out, but not into some apartment. No, Leia needed a real house with a backyard and space for manifestation. I thought she was joking. My parents didn't laugh. They nodded. They actually nodded like it made perfect sense that someone with no job, no savings, and no clue was suddenly ready to own a home. I brushed it off. I figured they'd offer her some help with rent or maybe co-sign a lease. But then one night, I got a call from my mom. Her voice was calm, cheerful, even, "Can you come over for dinner next Saturday? We have something important to discuss." I should have known. You don't get called in for a family discussion unless something's already been decided behind your back. I showed up that weekend with a bottle of wine, expecting maybe a chat about holiday plans or, worst-case scenario, a group intervention for Leia's new obsession with chakra alignment. Instead, I walked into a full meal laid out like a celebration. Roast chicken, mashed potatoes, wine glasses already poured. Leia was practically glowing. Dad patted the seat next to him. "We have some exciting news." Mom handed me a thick envelope. "We bought Leia a house." I blinked. "You what?" Leia beamed. "It's perfect. 3 bedrooms, a little garden out back, and only 10 minutes from that yoga studio I like." I just stared at them. It was like the room had tilted slightly and everyone was speaking a language I didn't know. My parents, the same people who told me to take out student loans for college because we believe in self-reliance, who made me work part-time all through school to cover my own expenses, who refused to help with my first apartment, saying, "It's time you learn how to budget," bought my sister a house. But that wasn't the worst part. Not by a mile. Mom clasped her hands together. "It's in both your names." "Well, technically, the mortgage is in yours." I felt my stomach drop. Dad leaned in like he was giving me financial advice. "Your credit score is strong. We figured this would be a good family investment." Leia's still working on hers. I pulled the papers out of the envelope. Mortgage documents, cosigner agreements, legal paperwork, all filled out, all ready for me to sign. "You want me to take out a mortgage for her?" My voice cracked. "Are you serious?" Leia scoffed. "It's not for me. It's for us. Family helps family." I looked back and forth between them. My heart was pounding. Not from anger, not yet, but from confusion. Was this a joke? Was there a camera somewhere? Why would I do that? I asked. Mom's smile faded. "Because family means sacrifice, Alex. We've always believed in supporting each other. You're in a position to help. It's just paperwork." That word just sent a spike of heat up my spine. Just paperwork. Just a $500,000 debt tied to my name. Just risking my financial future for someone who'd never held a steady job for more than 6 months. I set the papers down. "I'm not signing anything." Leia looked insulted. "Wow, so much for being the responsible one." Dad's tone shifted. He dropped the friendly act. "You wouldn't be where you are without us. We raised you. We gave you everything. All we're asking for is a little help." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I'd worked my way through college, built a stable career in tech, lived frugally, paid off my loans early. All because I had to. They made me. Now, when I'd finally found some financial peace, they wanted to drag me into $500,000 of debt. I stood up. No, I'm not doing this. The rest of the dinner was tense. Leia cried. Mom called me selfish. Dad made some vague threat about disrespect and how I was turning my back on family. I left without dessert. I thought that was the end of it. I figured they'd cool off, maybe sell the house or rent it out to cover the payments. I stopped taking calls for a few weeks, needing space to breathe. But then I got a letter, a formal one, with a law firm's letterhead. My parents were suing me. Specifically, they claimed I had promised to support the family by co-signing the mortgage. And when I backed out, they were left with damages, namely the $500,000 loan they had taken out in my name without my permission. The house had already been purchased. Somehow, I still don't fully understand how. They used some forged documents and an old power of attorney I'd signed during college to list me as a guarantor. And now they wanted the court to make it official. I felt like I couldn't breathe. I stared at the letter, sitting on the edge of my bed, reading the words over and over. Leia had posted a selfie from her new kitchen just the day before with the caption, "Manifestation works." I hired a lawyer the next day, the kind that doesn't smile much, which honestly made me trust him more. He read the letter, leaned back and said, "You've got a real mess here." The legal process dragged for months. My credit got flagged. I had to freeze my accounts. I couldn't even apply for a loan for my own place while this was pending. Every family gathering was a landmine. At Easter, Mom cornered me and whispered, "You could end this whenever you want. Just do the right thing." I laughed in her face. I had to. It was that or scream. The court date finally arrived. I wore my best suit. My lawyer had coached me through every possible outcome, but nothing could prepare me for seeing my parents on the opposite side of a courtroom, sitting behind their lawyer like they were the victims. Then the judge walked in. Middle-aged, steely eyes, no-nonsense vibe. He flipped through the paperwork for a long time. The courtroom was silent. My heart pounded in my ears. Finally, he looked up, peering over his glasses at my parents. Then he turned to their lawyer. "I have just one question," he said, tapping the papers with his pen. "If the defendant never signed these documents, and you admit they were completed before he saw them, then what exactly are you basing this claim on?" Their lawyer froze. He opened his mouth and nothing came out. And right then, in that exact moment, I felt something shift. Not just in the courtroom, but in me. Everything was about to change. The silence in the courtroom stretched on like an eternity. I sat there watching their lawyer fumble with his notes, his lips twitching like he was searching for the right words, but couldn't find any. My parents didn't seem to understand what had just happened. My mom looked from him to the judge, confused. And my dad sat stone-faced, arms crossed, like he was still confident this was all going to go their way. But I knew the look on the judge's face. It was the look of someone who saw through the act. The judge leaned forward, resting his elbows on the bench. "You're alleging that your son, the defendant, entered into a binding financial agreement involving a mortgage, an agreement for which you provide no valid signature, no consent, and no confirmed communication, and you're asking this court to enforce that based on a conversation." My parents' lawyer stammered, "We, have witness statements." "From whom?" The judge interrupted sharply. "From the co-beneficiary, the sister who now lives in the house in question." The lawyer looked like he wanted to sink through the floor. He gestured to my sister, who was seated behind my parents in a pale pink blouse and too much perfume. She gave a small, nervous wave like this was a PTA meeting. The judge stared at her for a moment, then turned back to the lawyer. "Let me rephrase. You're asking me to enforce a $500,000 debt against someone who never signed anything, never verbally consented, and whose credit was leveraged based on a forged document." He tapped the file again. A document, I might add, that was based on a 10-year-old limited power of attorney for a completely unrelated matter. My lawyer didn't even need to speak. He just glanced at me, then sat back and let the judge keep going. "What I'm seeing here," the judge said slowly, deliberately, is a pattern of entitlement, poor judgment, and at the very least, fraudulent behavior. If I dig further, I may find cause for criminal charges, not just a civil dismissal. My mom visibly paled. My dad shifted in his seat for the first time. The lawyer raised his hands. Your Honor, perhaps we could. No, the judge snapped, voice sharp and cold. You've wasted this court's time with a frivolous and frankly insulting case. This is an abuse of the legal system. Unless you can produce actual evidence within the next 5 minutes showing this man willingly accepted $500,000 of liability, I am prepared to rule on this today. The lawyer turned and looked at my parents like he wanted to strangle them. My mom whispered something, panicked, her eyes darting around the room. My dad just shook his head. I could tell he still didn't understand. In his mind, family meant ownership. If he raised me, he owned a piece of me. If they paid for school lunches and took me to soccer practice, they were entitled to my bank account forever. It made me sick. The judge stood up. I'll give you 5 minutes to confer. After that, we'll reconvene for my ruling. They huddled with their lawyer, whispering intensely. My sister sat alone behind them, staring down at her phone. She didn't say a word. No apology. No guilt. Just scrolling through her notifications like she wasn't sitting in the middle of a disaster her entitlement had caused. I felt nothing toward her in that moment. Not even anger, just emptiness. My lawyer leaned toward me and murmured, "They're going to fold. They'll offer to drop it before you can sue them for damages." I didn't say anything back. I was still trying to understand how we got here. How the same parents who used to pack my lunch every morning could look me in the eye and try to ruin my life to cover their poor financial decisions. All for Leah. Always for Leah. The judge returned to the bench. Mr. and Mrs. Bradford, do you wish to proceed? Their lawyer stood up slowly. Your Honor, after reviewing the documentation, the plaintiffs would like to withdraw their claim. The judge nodded. Very well. Case dismissed. I felt a weight lift from my chest that I didn't even realize I'd been carrying. I hadn't lost everything. My credit would recover. My finances would bounce back. But my relationship with my family? That was a different story. As I stood to leave, my mother rushed up to me, grabbing my arm. Alex, please. You don't understand what kind of pressure we've been under. I pulled my arm free. I understand perfectly, I said. You saw me as a bank account, not a son. She looked like I'd slapped her. Dad didn't say a word. He just glared at me like I'd betrayed them, like I was the one who had dragged them into court. And then behind them, Leah stood. She opened her mouth as if to say something, maybe to apologize, maybe to justify. But I walked past her without stopping. She didn't follow. That night, I sat in my apartment. Small, rented, nothing fancy. And let it all sink in. I had no family now, not really. Not the kind that loves unconditionally. But I had something better. I had freedom. I had peace. I had control over my own life. And tomorrow, I'd be making a phone call that would change everything for them. Because while the civil case was dismissed, my lawyer and I weren't done yet. The next morning, I woke up before the sun. I hadn't slept much, but my mind felt clear in a way it hadn't in weeks, months even. The last of the courtroom's echoes still rang in my head. The judge's voice calm but sharp, my mother's voice desperate, Leah's silence. But there was no guilt, no second-guessing, just quiet resolve. I made coffee, sat at my tiny kitchen table, and opened my laptop. I still had the folders. Every document, every forged signature, every transaction involving my name. What they'd done wasn't just a betrayal. It was fraud, identity theft, bank fraud. And while I'd always seen myself as someone who avoided conflict, someone who didn't push too hard or rock the boat, that person didn't live here anymore. I opened an email draft to my lawyer. Subject line, next steps. Attached every file I had, mortgage paperwork, bank statements, power of attorney from college that they'd misused, screenshots of texts, notes from every call I'd had with them since this mess began. Everything. Before hitting send, I hovered for a second. Was I really going to do this? Then I remembered sitting in the bank weeks earlier, trying to figure out why my credit report had a $500,000 mortgage I'd never applied for. I remembered the pit in my stomach, the sweat in my palms, the rising panic, the feeling of being trapped. I hit send. Within an hour, my lawyer responded, "Let's talk today. We'll start with filing a police report and a complaint with the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. If they want to play games, they chose the wrong one." I closed the laptop and sat back. This wasn't about revenge anymore. Not entirely. It was about justice and making sure they never did this to anyone again. A week passed before anything major happened. My parents didn't reach out. Neither did Leia. I heard from a distant cousin that they were laying low and that Leia had stopped posting her usual daily affirmations and boomerangs from her back patio. I hadn't told anyone what was coming. Not yet. Then I got a call. "Mr. Bradford," said a deep, serious voice. "This is Detective Moretti from the Financial Crimes Unit. We've received your attorney's documentation. I have a few questions for you." He was calm, direct, and surprisingly patient. He asked if I knew when the forged documents were submitted, if I had any evidence that my parents had access to my old paperwork, and whether I'd ever agreed verbally or in writing to be involved in the mortgage. I told him everything. He said, "This isn't going away quietly. If what you're telling me checks out, and so far it does, there could be felony charges. Just be prepared for pushback." Pushback came 2 days later. My mom showed up outside my apartment. She was standing there when I came home from work, wearing one of her good coats, holding a Tupperware of homemade soup like we were still on good terms. "Hi, sweetheart," she said softly. I didn't say anything, just walked past her, keys in hand. She followed. "Please don't do this. Your father is already stressed. Leia's devastated." I unlocked my door but didn't open it yet. "You forged my name on a $500,000 mortgage." Her expression flickered. "We didn't forge anything. We filled out the forms and submitted them without telling me." She looked around like someone might be watching. "You know your sister needs help. She can't do this alone. You're the only one who's ever been successful. Is this really what you want? To destroy your own family?" I turned and looked her dead in the eye. "You already destroyed it." Her face collapsed. She reached out like she wanted to hug me, but I stepped back. "You sued me. You lied to the court. You tried to ruin my life. And now that the spotlight's on you, suddenly I'm your son again." Her voice cracked. "We didn't think you'd go this far." That was it. That sentence. They didn't think I'd fight back. I opened the door and stepped inside. "Go home, Mom, and get a lawyer." I shut the door behind me. That night, I got a call from Leia. I hesitated before picking up, but I needed to know what she'd say. Her voice was small. No smugness. No spiritual buzzwords. Just a quiet, "Can we talk?" I didn't answer right away, she added. "I didn't know they used your old documents. I thought you'd agreed to it like, off the record. You thought I agreed to take on $500,000 of debt and just didn't show up to the closing?" "I don't know, Alex," she snapped suddenly. "They said you were fine with it. I trusted them. They're our parents." I let the silence sit. Then I said, "That trust is how they get away with everything." She exhaled. "They're freaking out. I think they know it's serious now. It was serious when they dragged me into court." Leia didn't respond to that. Eventually, she said, "Are you really pressing charges?" I didn't answer. I wanted to say yes. I wanted to tell her I was going to hold every one of them accountable. That I was done being the reliable one they could quietly bleed dry. That I was going to be more than a silent, obedient wallet. But instead, I just said, "I'm not playing their game anymore." And I hung up. But the truth was, this was only the beginning. My lawyer had just received a file from the mortgage company. A signed affidavit, a name, a timestamp, and something very, very interesting, a recorded phone call between my father and the loan officer. And that call, it was going to change everything. The next morning, I met with my lawyer in his office. He'd already printed out the transcript of the recorded call. And when he handed it to me, he didn't say anything, just watched my face as I read. It was worse than I expected. It wasn't just a forged signature. My dad had actually called the mortgage officer and pretended to be me, voice lowered slightly, giving authorization to proceed. answering security questions that were clearly pre-repped, making comments like, "Yes, I'm aware of the risks and this is for my sister, so we're doing this as a family favor." And then the kicker, the part where the loan officer asked, "Can you confirm, just for the record, that you are Alex Bradford?" And my own father, said, "Yes, this is Alex Bradford." It was identity fraud, plain and simple. On tape, I handed the transcript back to my lawyer and leaned back in the chair. "That's it." Then he nodded. I forwarded everything to the Financial Crimes Unit and the State Attorney's Office. They're moving forward. And just a heads up, when the subpoenas start coming in, it's going to get messy. I swallowed hard but nodded. Good. Over the next 2 weeks, things moved fast. The bank's fraud department launched their own internal investigation. I received notice that my name was being removed from the mortgage, not because of a kindness, but because of a confirmed violation of their own lending policies. The bank wanted nothing to do with the mess my parents had created. And then the real storm hit. I was at work when I got the call. "Alex," Detective Moretti said, "we've issued arrest warrants for your parents. Your father on 2 counts of financial fraud and 1 count of identity theft. Your mother as a co-conspirator for knowingly aiding in the submission of false documents." I didn't speak for a few seconds. "They'll be processed and released," he continued. "But the DA is serious about pursuing this, especially with the call recording." It didn't feel real. I thanked him, hung up, and sat there in silence. That night, I got a barrage of calls and messages from extended family, from cousins I hadn't spoken to in years. Some angry, some stunned. My aunt called crying, saying, "Why would you do this to your parents?" And all I could say was, "I didn't do this to them. They did it to me." A few days later, I was served with notice that my parents were countersuing again. This time for defamation of character. My lawyer laughed out loud when he read it. "Let them try. Every filing just adds fuel to our case." The hearing for the criminal charges was set for a month later. In that time, the entire dynamic of my family fractured. Leah moved back in with my aunt, claiming she felt unsafe in the house. The mortgage had defaulted. The property was in pre-foreclosure. The backyard full of manifestation crystals now sat empty, overgrown with weeds. The day of the hearing came. It wasn't a trial, just the initial arraignment, but I went anyway. I needed to see it. I walked into the courtroom and saw my parents seated up front, flanked by their new attorney. My dad looked smaller somehow. Not physically, just diminished. Like something in him had collapsed under the weight of his own pride. My mom wouldn't look at me. When the judge read the charges, fraud, forgery, identity theft, I watched my father flinch ever so slightly. It was the first time I'd seen any crack in his armor. Their lawyer tried to get the charges dropped, argued that it was a family misunderstanding, that my father acted in good faith and believed he had verbal consent. But the judge wasn't buying it. "The defendant impersonated his son on a recorded line," she said. "That's not a misunderstanding. That's a felony." Bail was set. They didn't go to jail, but the damage was done. After the hearing, I walked out into the hall. My mom followed. I heard her footsteps behind me but didn't turn. "Alex," she said, her voice shaky, "please just talk to us. This has gone too far." I turned slowly and looked at her. Really looked at her. She was wearing the same gold necklace she always wore, the one Dad gave her for their anniversary years ago. Her eyes were red. She looked tired, older than I remembered. "You could have apologized," I said quietly. "At any point you could have said, 'We were wrong. We messed up. We're sorry.' And I might have listened." Tears welled in her eyes. "We thought we were doing what was best for the family." "No," I said. "You were doing what was best for Leah. You've always done what's best for Leah. And when I said no, when I finally put up a boundary, you treated me like an enemy." She looked down. "We raised you," she whispered. "We sacrificed so much. And I paid for my own college," I shot back. "I paid rent while working 3 jobs. I built everything I have without you. And when I finally had something of my own, you tried to steal it." She said nothing. "I don't hate you," I added, quieter now. "But I can't forgive you. Not for this. Then I turned and walked away. She didn't follow. Weeks passed. Eventually, the house was repossessed, sold off by the bank. Leia tried to claim it was unfair, but no one listened. She moved in with a friend, started posting cryptic quotes online about letting go of toxic energy and learning to cut cords. I didn't respond to any of them. My parents pleaded down the charges. They avoided jail time, got probation, and had to pay restitution, including legal fees. Their reputation in the community took a hit, though. My dad had to resign from the board of a local nonprofit. My mom stopped showing up at church. And me? I moved out of my tiny apartment, bought a modest place in the city, nothing flashy, but mine. Fully mine. I didn't invite anyone to the housewarming. No parents, no cousins, not even Leia. Just a few friends, some takeout, and a quiet toast to a future I built by myself. And I've never felt lighter. The last text I got from my mom came a few months later. It read, "We miss you. Please come home for Thanksgiving. Let's start over." I stared at the screen for a long time. Then I turned off my phone, and I finally, truly, moved on. Now on to the next story. Story 6. My name is Noah. I'm 29, and for most of my life, I honestly believed I was part of a close, loving family. Growing up, my parents weren't affectionate in the conventional way, but I was never mistreated, at least not in a way I recognized at the time. My older brother, Kyle, was the golden child. He was loud, charming, and reckless in a way that somehow made him the family's pride. Me? I was the quiet one, the responsible one, the one who paid attention, who got good grades, who never broke curfew. But none of that ever earned me the same look of admiration Kyle seemed to receive just for showing up. Still, I brushed it off. I told myself, some kids get the praise, some get the peace. I was content living in the background, avoiding drama. That peace, however, shattered the day I learned the truth about who I really was. It happened when I was 17. I came home from school to find a manila envelope on the kitchen table with my name on it. No one was home. I should have left it alone, but curiosity won. Inside was a birth certificate. My birth certificate, except the names listed under parents weren't the people who raised me. At first, I thought it was some sort of clerical error. Maybe a mistake, but tucked behind it was a court document. Finalization of adoption. I sat there numb as the truth soaked in. I was adopted. When I confronted my parents later that evening, they didn't deny it. They didn't apologize either. My dad just sighed like I had inconvenienced him and said, "We were going to tell you when you were older." I was 17, old enough to drive, vote in a year, plan for college, but apparently still not old enough to know the truth about my own identity. My mom tried to smooth it over with a, "You're still our son." But the room had never felt colder. Kyle was standing behind them, arms crossed, eyes narrowed like I had somehow offended them by finding out. After that, something changed between us. Or maybe something that had always been there finally came to the surface. Kyle became more openly hostile, more condescending. He'd throw around phrases like, "You're lucky we even kept you," or, "You should be grateful. You could have ended up in a dumpster." My parents never scolded him for it. In fact, they often laughed like it was some harmless joke. I started withdrawing, slowly, pulling away from family gatherings, finding excuses not to come home for the holidays. By the time I was in college, I stopped pretending, but I still visited sometimes. Part of me clung to the hope that things might change, that maybe one day they'd see me as part of them. That hope was finally extinguished 3 months ago, the day my parents passed away in a car accident. The call came from Kyle. He was somber on the phone, well, as somber as Kyle could be. He told me the funeral would be small, family only, but that I was welcome to stop by. Stop by like it was a barbecue. I went anyway. I stood in the back of the church during the service, unnoticed, unacknowledged. They hadn't even included my name in the obituary. The pamphlet listed only Kyle as the surviving child. I didn't cry. I thought I would, but there was nothing left in me to mourn. They were my parents, yes, but they had never truly seen me as their son. I left quietly after the service, avoiding the reception. I didn't want the awkward glances or forced smiles from relatives who hadn't spoken to me in years. 2 weeks later, Kyle called again. this time with a voice full of smug satisfaction. "So, the will's been read," he said. I could hear the smirk in his tone. "They left everything to me. House, savings, the lake cabin. You weren't mentioned." I said nothing, just waited. He didn't disappoint. I guess they figured blood was thicker, you know? No hard feelings, man. It's just how it is. You're not really one of us. I hung up, and that should have been the end of it. That should have been the moment I broke down or lashed out or begged to be included. But instead, I felt calm, quiet, like I'd finally been released from something heavy I didn't even realize I'd been carrying. The funny thing is, a week later I received a letter from a law firm I didn't recognize. It was thick, too thick to be junk. Inside was a formal notice. The estate of Claire and Benjamin Thorne had named me as their sole beneficiary. It included a letter handwritten from Claire explaining everything. Claire and Benjamin were my biological parents. They had me young, too young, and due to family pressure, gave me up for adoption to the only couple willing to take me without conditions, the family I'd been raised by. My biological parents had tried to reach out over the years, but had been blocked. Letters returned, emails bounced. Even a visit once turned away at the door by my father. They didn't want me to live in confusion, the lawyer explained. But Claire and Benjamin had never given up. They had followed my life from afar, watched me graduate, saw me land my first job, even knew about the nonprofit work I'd started after college. They had no other children, no nieces or nephews. When Benjamin passed last year, Claire updated the will, leaving everything to me. 2 properties, a stock portfolio, and an investment trust worth just over $6.2 million. I sat there stunned, rereading the numbers. It felt surreal, like some cosmic balance had finally tipped. I didn't tell anyone. Not yet. I needed time to process it. I bought a small cabin in the mountains with part of the inheritance, somewhere quiet, peaceful, and then I waited. It took exactly 19 days for Kyle to show up uninvited at my apartment. He knocked like he owned the place. 3 sharp raps followed by the jingle of his car keys. I opened the door, leaned against the frame, and looked him up and down. He was in his usual designer jacket, sunglasses on despite the overcast sky. "Hey bro," he said, grinning. "Can we talk?" I said, "Nothing," just stepped aside. He walked in like he always did. No hesitation, no respect. Sat down on my couch, arms spread like a king on his throne. "So listen," he began. "I've been thinking. I was kind of a fool on the phone about the will. I mean, I shouldn't have said those things." I raised an eyebrow. He continued, "Anyway, word is you came into some money." I didn't answer, just stared. Kyle laughed nervously. "Come on, man. We're family, right?" I stayed quiet for a few long seconds, letting his words settle into the awkward silence. Kyle fidgeted, clearly not used to the absence of immediate validation. He was always the kind of person who filled dead air with noise, his own voice, jokes, boasts. But right now he looked small, uncertain, like a man who suddenly realized the game wasn't rigged in his favor anymore. "You heard I came into money," I finally said, my tone even. He gave a sheepish grin. "Well, yeah, I mean, people talk. I wasn't snooping or anything. Just, word got around. You left town, quit your job, bought a house in the middle of nowhere. That's not exactly cheap. And you came here for what?" I asked. I already knew, but I wanted him to say it. Kyle leaned forward, elbows on his knees. "Look, man, I was thinking maybe we could go in on something together, like a business. You always wanted to open that coffee shop, right? I've got connections. You've got the means now. It'd be a win-win." I stared at him, letting the moment stretch. He was serious. His tone was friendly, almost brotherly, like the past 2 decades of passive aggression, dismissive remarks, and blatant cruelty hadn't happened. "You think I owe you something?" I asked, quieter now. Kyle blinked. No, it's not like that. I just thought. You cut me out," I interrupted. "You all did for years. Do you even remember what you said to me at the funeral?" Kyle's brow furrowed. "I don't know. I was emotional. We were all dealing with stuff. You said, 'Guess they finally realized blood matters.' You laughed when you said it. He shifted in his seat, uncomfortable now. Look, I was being stupid. I didn't mean it. Yes, you did, I said flatly. You meant every word. Kyle stood up, pacing now. All right, fine. I was a fool. But you're not gonna hold that against me forever, are you? You've always been the nice one, the better one. That's your whole thing, right? Being the forgiving guy. I almost laughed. It was wild how quickly people remembered your kindness when they needed something from you. I used to think being the better person meant staying silent, I said. Standing too? Swallowing disrespect. Turning the other cheek. Pretending I wasn't hurt because I didn't want to cause waves. But it doesn't mean that. It means knowing when someone sees you as nothing but a convenience. And finally stepping away. Kyle scoffed. So what? You're gonna hold a grudge now? You think you're better than us just because some strangers left you money? I stepped closer. No, Kyle. I think I'm better than who you chose to be. The words hit harder than I expected. He looked like he'd been slapped. His bravado crumbled a little. I motioned toward the door. You should leave. Kyle didn't move at first. Then he ran a hand through his hair and muttered. This is ridiculous. You wouldn't even exist if our parents hadn't taken you in. I opened the door. That may be true, I said calmly. But it doesn't mean I was ever theirs. He left without another word. A week passed, then two. Then came the letter. It was from my uncle, Mom's brother, the only relative who had ever shown me a shred of kindness growing up. He'd always been a bit of a ghost in the family, living overseas, sending the occasional birthday card, quietly disapproving of how my parents treated me. The letter was long, handwritten, and full of warmth I hadn't felt in years. I just wanted to say I always knew you were different, Noah. Not in a bad way, in a better way, he wrote. Your father, my brother-in-law, was too proud to admit it. But you were the one who kept that house running. You were the one who held them all together. They never saw it, but I did. And I'm sorry I didn't speak up sooner. Tears burned at the corners of my eyes as I read it. Not because I was sad, but because I finally felt seen. Really seen without conditions or bloodlines. I found out Kyle had started reaching out to other relatives, spinning a new version of the story. That I was greedy, cold, holding the family legacy hostage. Some people believed him, some didn't. But for the first time in my life, I didn't care. I wasn't trying to prove anything anymore. Then one evening, I got a knock on my cabin door. It was raining hard. I opened it to find my mother's sister, Aunt Meredith, standing there soaked, holding an umbrella that had clearly lost the fight against the wind. She looked at me with tired eyes and said, Kyle told us you're planning to sell the family home. I didn't answer. I just stepped aside and let her in. She sat quietly by the fireplace, drying off, and then whispered, They really did you wrong, Noah. I know I wasn't there. I know I should have been. But please don't throw everything away out of anger. I stayed quiet because what she didn't understand, what none of them did, was that I wasn't throwing anything away. I was just done carrying what was never mine to begin with. And then a few days later, Kyle showed up again. But this time he wasn't alone. Kyle stood there on the porch, his clothes clinging to him from the rain that had just begun to ease into a mist. But he wasn't alone. Behind him, wrapped in a sleek beige trench coat and holding a patent leather handbag like it was a sword, stood Valerie, his wife. I hadn't seen her in at least 2 years, not since their wedding, which I wasn't invited to. The memory still stung, though I'd buried it beneath layers of polite indifference. Valerie didn't say anything at first. She just stared at me, her expression unreadable. Kyle, on the other hand, didn't waste a moment. Noah, he began, like we were continuing a conversation instead of reigniting a decade-long fire. Look, I know the other day didn't go how we wanted. How you wanted, I corrected, crossing my arms. He nodded stiffly, glancing back at Valerie as if to draw strength. Right, what I wanted, but we were hoping maybe we could talk again. All three of us sit down. Start fresh. I looked at Valerie, waiting for her to speak, but she just stared over my shoulder, like acknowledging me would somehow lower her status. She'd always carried herself like she was doing the world a favor just by existing. What is it you really want, Kyle? I asked, not moving from the doorway, because I doubt you came all the way out here in the rain to say sorry. Kyle flinched at that, then chuckled nervously. Okay, fair enough. Look, we've run into a few issues with the house and the taxes. Turns out Mom and Dad were sitting on a lot more debt than we thought. Like a lot. There it was. The real reason. Valerie finally spoke. Her voice sharp and controlled like the click of a cold engine. We're not asking for a handout, Noah. Just a loan. Temporary. Just enough to help us refinance and avoid foreclosure. You'd get it back with interest. I felt a flicker of something then. Not anger, not yet. But the deep, quiet realization that they had never understood me. Not once. Not as a child, not as a teenager, not even now. They still saw me as someone they could use. I said nothing, just opened the door wider and stepped aside. They took it as a victory, of course they did, and walked inside without hesitation. I let them sit. Kyle went to the couch like he owned it, same as last time. Valerie perched on the edge of the armchair like she was posing for a magazine shoot. I sat across from them, hands folded. Kyle began rattling off numbers. Percentages, interest rates, paper-thin plans held together by financial duct tape and desperation. Valerie occasionally added a detail. We'd be able to pay you back in under 6 months. Or, Kyle's contact at the bank said this could work if we bridged the gap. But I barely listened. Instead, I watched their faces, their eyes, their posture, and I thought back to my graduation when no one showed up. To the Christmas I spent alone while they vacationed in the Bahamas. To the dozens of moments I told myself, maybe next time they'll include me. When Kyle finished his pitch, I let a beat of silence pass. Then I asked, do you remember my 17th birthday? He blinked. What? My 17th? I repeated. Do you remember it? He shrugged. I mean vaguely. That was forever ago. I remember it clearly, I said. I got a watch. It was used. The band was cracked. The glass scratched. No card, no cake. You got a car the year before. Do you remember what Dad said when I asked why I didn't get anything like that? Kyle frowned. Come on, man. That was ages ago. He said, we don't invest in things that don't belong to us. Silence. I turned to Valerie. And your bridal shower. You told everyone you couldn't invite me because he's not actually family. That it would just make things awkward. Valerie looked away, color rising in her cheeks. I stood slowly. You've spent years treating me like a placeholder, a background character in your perfect little family drama. And now you show up with your hands out, thinking I owe you something. Kyle stood, too. We're asking for help, Noah. That's what family does. No, I said quietly. That's what you do. I survived without your help. You cut me out. You made sure I always knew I was replaceable. You stood by when your parents erased me from their will because I wasn't born into your bloodline. His jaw clenched, but he didn't interrupt. I walked to the window, watching the mist settle over the treetops. Then I turned back. Claire and Benjamin didn't just leave me money. They left me a letter, a life they had dreamed of sharing with me. They watched me from afar because your father told them to stay away. Valerie whispered, You're being emotional. I looked her dead in the eye. Yes, I am. Because for once, I don't have to pretend I'm not. Kyle stepped forward. Noah, come on. I raised a hand. You need to leave now. He hesitated. Then something in my expression must have told him this wasn't a bluff. He grabbed Valerie's hand, muttered something under his breath, and they walked out into the mist. I didn't follow. I didn't watch them go. I just stood in the silence, heart pounding, not with anger, but with clarity. For the first time in my life, I had set a boundary that no one could ignore. But the story didn't end there, because what I didn't know yet, what I would soon find out, was that Kyle wasn't done. And the next time he showed up, he didn't come for money. He came with a lawyer. The letter arrived 3 weeks later. It was thick, stiff, printed on expensive cream paper, the kind that screamed importance before you even opened it. I sat at the table in my cabin, sunlight spilling through the pine-framed window. As I slid my finger beneath the seal, I already knew what it was. Kyle had that stubborn energy, the kind that didn't take rejection as a boundary, just as a challenge to sidestep. Inside was a formal notice, legal language, a petition, a challenge to the will of Claire and Benjamin Thorne, my biological parents. Kyle had hired a lawyer and was attempting to contest the inheritance, claiming mental duress, undue influence, and fraudulent omission. In short, he was trying to argue that I wasn't the rightful heir, that Claire and Benjamin had been coerced or confused when they left everything to me. He even included a line claiming that he was Claire's biological son, not me. I laughed out loud when I read that part. The audacity. He was reaching so far into the absurd it was almost funny, but the knot in my chest tightened all the same. I'd been expecting bitterness, rumors, maybe even a tantrum. I hadn't expected an all-out legal war. But I didn't panic. Claire and Benjamin hadn't just left me money. They'd left a paper trail. Dozens of letters, notarized updates to the will, a trust fund set up in my name years ago, and most damning for Kyle, DNA tests. They had done everything by the book, anticipating exactly this kind of move. Still, I wasn't naive. Kyle was relentless. He had money from our parents' estate, charm to manipulate anyone who didn't know him well, and a twisted talent for making himself the victim. And now he had a lawyer willing to fight tooth and nail for a slice of the pie. So I got a lawyer, too. A good one. Her name was Elise, and she didn't flinch once when I showed her the documents. She flipped through them with sharp eyes, nodding slowly. "This isn't just weak," she said. "It's laughable. He's throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks." "Will it?" I asked. "Not a chance," she said. "But that doesn't mean it'll be painless. He's not trying to win, Noah. He's trying to bleed you dry." And that's when I understood what this really was. It wasn't about the money. Not entirely. It was about control. Kyle couldn't stand that I had something he didn't, that I had come out ahead, that I had something without him. For years, he'd been fed compliments and applause by association. Now he was watching the unwanted son, the backup plan, walk away with a life he couldn't touch. So he decided to make me suffer for it. And suffer I did. For 6 exhausting months, I lived in courtrooms, on calls, in legal back and forths that felt like mental warfare. He brought in character witnesses, former neighbors, family friends, people who barely knew me but were happy to echo his narrative for a price or for favor. He dug up the fact that I was adopted and tried to spin it into something scandalous. He even accused me of forging Claire's signature on one of the will amendments. It was personal now. Every email, every motion, every snide comment whispered just loud enough for me to hear in court was meant to humiliate me, to bring me down to his level. But I didn't break, because every time I felt myself unraveling, I remembered Claire's letter, the one I'd read a dozen times, but still kept tucked in my coat pocket like a lifeline. In it, she wrote, "You are our son, not by accident, but by love, not by blood, but by choice. And that makes you more ours than anyone born into our name." That sentence got me through more nights than I can count. And then came the turning point. One morning, Elise called me, barely able to keep the excitement out of her voice. "We found it," she said. "Found what?" Claire recorded a video, a living will. It was buried in her old hard drive, but the IT guys recovered it. She sent me the file. I watched it that night. Claire was sitting in her garden, sunlight catching the streaks of silver in her hair. Her voice was soft, deliberate. "If you're watching this, it means someone's trying to take from Noah what is his. Let me be clear. I have one son. His name is Noah. He is the product of every ounce of love Benjamin and I had to give. To anyone claiming otherwise, shame on you." She looked into the camera with a kind of quiet fury I hadn't seen before. "We tried to be part of his life. We were blocked, lied to, erased. But we never gave up. We did everything legally. Every document, every signature, every step. So if anyone is challenging this, know this. They are not just fighting the law. They are fighting me." When the video finished, I sat there in silence. And then I cried for the first time in years. Not from pain, but from relief. That video changed everything. Elise presented it in court 2 days later. Kyle's lawyer sputtered through objections, but the judge watched it in full. The courtroom was silent afterward. Even Kyle looked rattled, like he hadn't expected her to speak from beyond the grave. From that moment, his case collapsed. The judge threw out every claim, called Kyle's actions malicious, unsubstantiated, and a clear abuse of process. He was ordered to pay my legal fees, which were substantial by then. The judge even questioned whether to pursue sanctions against his lawyer. Kyle didn't look at me when the verdict came down. He just stood there, pale and trembling, like a man watching his empire crumble. But I looked at him and I wasn't angry anymore. I wasn't even satisfied. I was just done. I didn't see Kyle again for nearly a year until one morning I got a knock on my door. There he was, gaunt, eyes sunken, dressed in clothes that looked a size too big. Time had not been kind to him. He looked like a man who'd finally realized the spotlight wasn't coming back. "I'm not here to fight," he said, voice barely above a whisper. I said nothing. He looked down at his feet. "I lost everything. The house. Valerie left. I've been crashing with friends. I made a mess." Still, I said nothing. I just wanted to say I was wrong. There was a long pause. "I was wrong about everything. About you, about the way I treated you. I don't expect forgiveness. I guess I wanted you to hear it from me." I studied him for a moment. Then I nodded once. He blinked. "That's it. What do you want?" I asked. "An apology is a gift, Kyle. You don't give it expecting something in return." He nodded slowly. "Right? Yeah, I get it." And for the first time in our lives, I think he actually did. He turned to leave, hands in his pockets, shoulders slumped. I watched him walk away, disappearing down the road into the trees, into his own life, whatever was left of it. I never saw him again. But that was okay because I had a family. Not the one I was born into or adopted by, but the one who chose me. Claire, Benjamin. A quiet couple who had spent years in the shadows, trying to reach their son through a wall they didn't build, but never stopped trying to climb. Their legacy wasn't just in the money or the properties. It was in the peace they gave me, the love they never stopped offering, and the strength they planted in me long before I ever knew they existed. That's the real inheritance, and no one can ever take that. Now on to the next story. Story 7. My name's Eli. I'm 23, and I just graduated with a double major in computer science and business. I was the first in my family to even attend college, let alone graduate top of my class. For most families, that might be a reason to celebrate. For mine, it was just another day. Unless, of course, it was about my cousin Amanda's new Etsy store or my brother Jake's weekend football league. Then, suddenly, everyone had time, energy, and money to spare. But me finishing 4 grueling years with scholarships, late-night internships, and part-time jobs. That barely earned a grunt. Still, I tried. I'd always tried. Growing up in a house where attention was currency, I learned to overcompensate. I took care of the yard when Dad's back gave out. I helped Mom with groceries when Jake forgot again. And I even covered the heating bill last winter when Amanda accidentally overdrafted her account and couldn't pay her share of rent. I played the role of the good son, the helpful cousin, the quiet achiever. But after my graduation ceremony came and went with zero family in the stands, no call, no text, not even a late-night congrats, I decided to take one last swing at believing I mattered. I spent the little savings I had left booking a rooftop venue downtown. It wasn't 5-star, but it had string lights, a view of the skyline, and a built-in speaker system. I ordered everyone's favorite food, Jake's teriyaki wings, Amanda's vegan flatbread, even Grandma's weird obsession with coconut shrimp. I didn't want gifts or speeches. Just a night, one single night, where I got to feel seen. I even made digital invites complete with a Google Calendar reminder. I triple confirmed with everyone a week before, then again the night before. Every "can't wait, and you deserve this" message gave me a flicker of hope. A hope I wish I'd snuffed out sooner. The night of the party, I got there an hour early. I wanted to make sure the food was set, the drinks were chilled, and the playlist I'd obsessed over was running smooth. I wore the one nice suit I own. Black, slim fit, barely clinging to the shoulders I'd been stress shrinking under for months. I stood by the entrance, smiling at every elevator ding like a Labrador hearing car keys. And then nothing. 5 minutes turned into 30. 30 into an hour. The catering staff gave me polite nods, unsure if they should start cleaning up or wait. I kept glancing at my phone, refreshing messages, checking traffic reports, even convincing myself that maybe, just maybe, they had planned something bigger and this was all a setup. At exactly 8:47 p.m., when I was 3 Sprite cans deep and wondering if I should just take a cab home, my phone buzzed. It was a photo. Amanda had tagged everyone in it. Jake, Mom, Dad, Uncle Ron, even Grandma. They were all in matching pajamas, lounging on my parents' living room couch with pizza boxes stacked high and blankets thrown everywhere. The caption, "Family Movie Night." We needed this. My fingers froze on the screen. I zoomed in. My grad photo, the one I had mailed to every relative weeks earlier, was crooked on the wall behind them, half covered by a balloon bouquet left over from Amanda's last soft launch party. My mouth went dry. There was no mistake. They weren't late. They weren't stuck in traffic. They were never coming. I didn't rage. I didn't cry. I just sat down on one of the rented folding chairs and let the quiet hum of the city drown out the silence in my chest. I scrolled back through every message, every empty promise, every half-hearted, "We're so proud of you," that led to this moment. The food went cold. The venue manager gave me a sad little nod and said he'd waive the overtime charge. I didn't answer. I just nodded back. When I got home, my own apartment, paid for by the freelance gigs I juggled while still acing my finals, I sat on the edge of my bed, staring at the ceiling. The same ceiling I used to imagine big things under. Things like promotions, trips, and celebrations where my name wasn't forgotten halfway through a toast. And then it hit me hard, like a switch flipping in a dark room. They needed me more than I ever needed them. That's when I pulled out my laptop. I logged into every shared utility account, electricity, internet, even that little streaming bundle I'd added Amanda to last year because Hulu was too expensive for her right now. I had set it all up in my name. Every bill, every convenience, all because it made me feel like I was part of something. I paused for a moment. It wasn't about revenge, not exactly. It was about clarity, about realizing that no matter how many pizza nights I covered or errands I ran, I would never be more than a background character in a movie they cast themselves in. I sent a single group text, "Good luck covering next month's bills without me." Then I blocked every number, every single one. But that wasn't the end. Not even close. Because 3 days later, the silence cracked. And when it did, it came with screams. It started with a Facebook status from my mom. One of those dramatic, cryptic rants she thinks makes her look like a stoic martyr, but just reeks of self-pity and guilt-tripping. Some people forget who was there for them when they had nothing. Just remember, karma is real. No tags, no names. But the comments section blew up within minutes. Aunt Linda chimed in with a popcorn gif. Uncle Ron dropped a spill the tea meme. And Amanda, because of course, replied with, "Hope they realize family isn't optional. We're all we have." I watched it unfold with the detached interest of someone flipping through a magazine they didn't plan to buy. Part of me expected someone, anyone, to message me directly. Maybe Jake with a half-hearted, "Hey, everything okay?" Or even Dad, pretending he didn't know what was going on. But no, silence until day 4. That morning, my phone lit up with a call from a number I recognized but hadn't seen in months. My dad's work phone. I let it ring out. Then it rang again and again. Then my mom's cell. Then Amanda. Then a random text from Jake's girlfriend. "Hey, I think there's some confusion. Did something happen?" I ignored them all. But the one that made me laugh, a bitter, sharp laugh, came at 2:19 p.m. My dad texting from his usual number now. "Why is the internet shut off? I'm trying to log into work." No greeting. No "Hey, Eli." No mention of the party, no apology. No even slight acknowledgement of what had been done. Just a complaint, a demand, a reminder that in their eyes I wasn't a son or brother. I was tech support. I didn't reply. I wanted to. Oh, how I wanted to. I drafted at least 3 different responses, some angry, some sarcastic, one with nothing but a link to a therapist directory. But in the end, I just powered off my phone and went to the gym. That night, I came home to 3 voicemails, all increasingly frantic. Mom's voice, shrill and shaky. We don't understand what's going on. Your father can't access his payroll account and the smart TV won't work. Amanda says she can't even get into the group plan. Did something happen? Can we talk, please? Still no, sorry, we ditched your party. Still no, we should have been there. Just a long list of minor inconveniences that suddenly made me a priority. By the end of the week, I started receiving mail, actual letters, because I had blocked every digital contact method. The first one was from Grandma, a shaky handwritten note with her flowery cursive that read, "Eli, I don't know what's going on, but everyone's upset. Please call your mother. She's been crying for days." Crying. Now she was crying? Where were the tears when I was sitting alone on that rooftop staring at uneaten shrimp and untouched cake? Where were they when I sent my graduation photos to the family group chat and got 3 likes and 0 comments? Where were they when I begged them for just one night? Still, Grandma was the only one who didn't actively mistreat me. So, I called her, and the conversation made everything so much worse. She answered on the first ring, relief spilling out like steam from a kettle. "Oh, thank heavens, Eli. You had me worried sick." "I'm fine, Grandma." "I know, honey, but your mother, she's a mess." "Is that so?" She said you've been acting cold. That you lashed out, shut everything down without warning. I held the phone tighter. "Did she tell you about my graduation party?" Pause. "No," Grandma said slowly. "She said something about a scheduling mix-up, that you threw something last minute and didn't confirm with anyone." I could feel the heat in my cheeks. A mix-up? I had receipts, calendar invites, text confirmations. Heck, I even had a voice memo from Amanda saying, "We're all set for Saturday. I can't wait." And now they were telling Grandma I never invited them properly. "Grandma," I said, my voice shaking, "I sent them everything weeks in advance. I paid for the venue, the food. I planned it around their schedules. They didn't forget. They just chose not to come." Silence again. Then her voice softer. "I believe you, but your mother swears." Of course she does, because if she admits the truth, she'd have to admit she doesn't actually care unless it benefits her. That was when Grandma said something that stuck with me for days after. "You've always been the one trying the hardest, Eli. Maybe it's time you let them try for once." I didn't say much after that. We said our goodbyes. I promised to call her again, and I meant it, but I didn't unblock anyone. I didn't resume the payments. I didn't cave. Instead, I started living like I was free, because for the first time in years I was. Except freedom has a funny way of stirring up desperation. And desperate people, they don't go down quietly. Because just 1 week later, I came home to something that changed everything. It was a Thursday mid-morning, sunny, calm. I had just gotten back from a client meeting, feeling oddly light for someone who just cut off half their family. There was a silence to my apartment now that I was starting to enjoy. No buzzing texts, no surprise favors, no guilt-shaded requests pretending to be love. Just me, the hum of the fridge, and my peace. That was until I saw the envelope taped to my door. At first, I thought it was just a delivery slip or some kind of neighbor notice, but it had my name written in thick, slanted marker across the front. No return address, no postage, just taped there, like a child's attempt at being dramatic. I pulled it down slowly, tore the flap open, and pulled out a single sheet of printer paper. Typed, double-spaced, and angry. "Eli, I don't know who you think you are, but this little tantrum has gone too far. We've been over backwards for you your entire life, and one missed party doesn't justify this level of disrespect. Your father can't work. Amanda lost access to her Hulu, and now Grandma's worried sick. You're punishing the whole family because of some imagined slight. It's childish and cruel. I hope you're proud. Mom." No love, no sincerely. No hint of remorse or reflection. Just a typed accusation like I was an employee they were threatening to fire. I almost laughed. Almost. But it sat in my hand like a slap that didn't sting right away. Just left a deep ache that crept up my arm and curled around my throat. Because that was the moment I knew there would be no apology, no quiet realization, no heart-to-heart phone call, or teary-eyed doorstep visit. No, my mother was not the type to admit she treated her child like an afterthought for years. She was the type to rewrite the story, hand it out like gospel, and hope everyone else sang along. And maybe they would have. Maybe Grandma and Jake and the rest would have swallowed it like every other half-truth she'd served them over the years. But this time, I wasn't staying quiet. That night, I took out my old graduation slides, the ones I had put together for the party no one came to. I opened a free website builder, dropped the photos in, added screenshots of every text message confirming the invites, the receipts for the rooftop venue, even the playlist I never got to play. Then I wrote a single caption at the top. Here's the graduation party you all missed. Not because you forgot, but because I never mattered enough to show up for. I posted it to my social media. Locked comments, no tagging, just a quiet, permanent record of what happened, of how I celebrated alone. And it exploded. Friends from college I hadn't spoken to in months sent messages like, "This broke me," and "I can't believe they did this." Even people I barely knew shared it, calling it gut-wrenching, and the most honest thing I've ever read. By morning, I had 3 missed calls from Amanda, 2 from Dad, and 1 voicemail from Mom, voice trembling now, but still not quite apologetic. "Eli, this is too far. You're humiliating us. Why are you doing this?" Why? Because for once they were feeling what I had felt all my life. Unseen, unheard, unimportant. That weekend, the fallout reached new levels. Amanda showed up at my apartment. I didn't let her in. She banged on the door for 5 full minutes before shouting through the wood, "You're not the only one who's been through stuff. You know, we all have our issues." I stood on the other side, arms crossed, silent. Are you seriously just going to ghost us forever? Over a party? But it wasn't about the party. It had never been about the party. It was about every time they made me feel like I was an obligation instead of a choice. Every time I was expected to give, only to be told later that I was too sensitive when I needed something back. It was about the years I made myself small so they could feel bigger. And now that I had taken my voice back, they were scrambling. Not because they cared, but because their comfort was slipping through their fingers. A few days later, I found out they were trying to spin it. Jake made a post about family always being messy but worth fighting for. Amanda commented, "People forget how much we did for him." I didn't respond. Not to Amanda's shouting. Not to Jake's social media damage control. Not to the stream of guilt-laced messages that trickled in. Each one trying to reframe the narrative. "You're being unfair. We're still family. This isn't how adults handle problems." The irony was almost funny, considering I had spent years handling everything for them, like the only adult in the room while they played emotional hot potato with every problem that came up. But it wasn't enough to go silent anymore. That only worked until they twisted my absence into a tantrum, a phase, or worse, a betrayal. If I really wanted to move on, I had to take back control of the entire narrative, not just with receipts, but with finality. So, I started cutting cords they didn't even realize were still plugged in. First, the finances. I'd been quietly covering more than just utilities. A few years back, when I got my first decent-paying internship, Mom asked me to help out by adding their cell phones to my family plan. Said it'd save everyone money. At the time, I didn't question it. I felt proud, honestly, like I was finally contributing in a way that mattered. That same year, Jake's used car broke down and I co-signed on a newer model to help him land a delivery job. Dad said it was temporary, just until Jake built some credit. He never did. Amanda once asked me for a short-term loan to help float her rent until her online store took off. I gave her $1,200. She never brought it up again. They thought I forgot. They thought I'd never enforce it. They were wrong. I started by closing the phone account. No warning, no grace period, just gone. I called the provider, explained the situation, and had all 4 lines mine. There's even Amanda's, terminated by the end of the week. I ported my own number to a new carrier under a business plan. Next, I called the car dealership and requested to revoke authorization on Jake's payments. Since the car was still technically in my name and his payments had been late multiple times, it wasn't hard to justify. Within 3 days, the car was flagged for repossession. And Amanda? I didn't even need to do anything. I had kept the Venmo receipts. I simply emailed her a formal letter outlining the debt, attached every transaction, and let her know I was handing the balance over to collections within 30 days unless she arranged a payment plan. No emotion, just math. I expected backlash, but what I got was panic. Jake called from a random number. "Dude, what is this? They're trying to take my car." Mom left a voicemail sobbing, "Eli, this is too far. You're ruining your own family." Amanda emailed, saying she felt blindsided and betrayed, that I was weaponizing money against people who loved me. Loved me. They didn't love me. They loved what I gave them. The money, the favors, the silence. And now that I was taking that away, they were gasping for air in a vacuum of their own making. I stayed silent for another week. Then I drafted one final message, not to them, to everyone else. I wrote a post, not angry, not vindictive, just honest. I talked about growing up in a family where I was expected to play the background. How my successes were downplayed, my milestones ignored, and my support taken for granted. I included no names, no petty details, just the full truth about the graduation party, the debts, the utility bills I'd been covering for 3 years. I posted it on my personal blog where only a handful of friends still followed me, but within days it was shared and then shared again. It didn't go viral exactly, but it found its way into a lot of inboxes and group chats. I started getting messages from people I hadn't spoken to in years. Old teachers, classmates, even neighbors who remembered how devoted I was to my family. Most of them said the same thing. "I had no idea. You always seemed like the strong one." That was the point. I had always seemed fine because I was conditioned to make everyone else comfortable while I starved for validation. But no more. About 2 weeks after the post, Grandma called. I answered. She was quiet at first. Then she said something that took the breath out of my lungs. "They've started talking. Really talking. Not at me, to each other. I think your silence did what your presence never could." She told me Mom had been forced to ask for help from her own siblings, most of whom had kept their distance for years. Jake had started working longer hours. Amanda had apparently begun offering flash sales on her store just to keep up with her credit card bills now that her rent was back to full price. It wasn't revenge. It was a reckoning. I didn't revel in their struggle, but I also didn't rush to fix it. For once, I wasn't the cleanup crew. I wasn't the safety net. I was free, and I didn't just sit in that freedom. I built on it. I used the emotional clarity to focus on my career. Launched my own freelance tech consulting firm, picked up clients who respected deadlines, paid on time, and didn't treat me like an accessory to their own success. I traveled for work, Seattle, Boston, even a stint in Berlin. And every time I saw a rooftop venue or passed a family taking graduation photos, I didn't feel hollow anymore. I felt whole. I still talk to Grandma. She's the only one who never tried to gaslight me into silence. Sometimes she tells me little updates. How Jake's slowly growing up, how Mom's quieter now, how Amanda's finally learning what a budget is. I don't ask for these details, but I don't stop her either. I think she knows I'm not waiting for redemption. I'm just done. One day, maybe years from now, someone will try to reach out to apologize. Maybe they'll even mean it. But by then, I won't be waiting, because healing didn't come from hearing sorry. It came from realizing I never needed it in the first place. Now on to the next story. Story 8. At Christmas, my niece turned to my son and said, "Grandma told me you and your mom were just a phase in this family." My sister laughed. I said, "Nothing, just gathered our things and left." That night, my mom asked about the Christmas bonus I usually send. I replied, "Mary cut off." The next day, the call started. There's a special kind of silence that settles right before a family implodes. The kind that doesn't come from peace, but from something rotting quietly underneath. That was this past Christmas for me. We walked into my mom's house carrying the usual offerings. Gifts I spent too much time wrapping, a tray of roasted carrots with maple glaze that no one would eat, and my son Evan, 13, sharp-eyed and too grown for his age. He's been watching things I tried to shield him from for years. The house looked like a Pinterest board if it had been curated by Lindsay, my younger sister and my mother's forever favorite. Her voice was echoing from the kitchen, directing where the wine should go, telling our mom which plates to use. Haley, her daughter, had practically colonized the living room. Glitter, ribbons, ballet shoes scattered like trophies of her golden child status. Every decoration had her touch. Every ornament was something she'd made. And the photos on the walls, not a single one of Evan or me, just Lindsay, Haley, and my mom, like we'd already been erased. Evan and I didn't belong there, and he felt it. He sat close to me on the couch holding the little box he'd wrapped himself for Haley. She opened it without saying thank you. Then she turned to Evan, dead serious, and said the words that cracked it all open. "Grandma told me, you and your mom were just a phase in this family." Lindsay laughed loud, sharp, like it was some inside joke. My mother didn't react. She didn't even look up. I didn't ask questions. I didn't try to make anyone feel bad. I just stood up, told Evan to get his coat, and we left. The gift lay on the floor where Haley had dropped it. We didn't speak on the drive home. Not until we got into the apartment and I saw Evan sitting on his bed, still holding the wrapping paper he picked out for her gift. That's when it hit me how deep it had gone. Not just years of favoritism, not just micro cuts. This was systemic, deliberate, and I had let it continue for too long because I didn't want to be the one who wrecked Christmas. That night, while I was washing dishes in silence, my phone buzzed. A text from my mom. "Don't forget the Christmas bonus. Hope work's been good this year." That was it. No mention of what happened. No apology. Just her usual yearly reminder that I fund half her expenses and cover Haley's ballet conservatory fees. That's what I was to her. A line in her spreadsheet, a dependable source. I stared at the message. Then I wrote back, "Mary cut off." I didn't explain. I didn't follow up. I turned my phone on Do Not Disturb and went to bed with the strangest sense of calm I'd felt in years. By morning, the silence was over. Call after call. First my mom, then Lindsay. Couple of aunts. Some were trying to be diplomatic. Others were outright guilting me. Haley didn't mean it. Lindsay was just tired. My mom didn't hear it. I was blowing things out of proportion. But no one, not a single one, asked how Evan felt or how I felt. They wanted the money. They wanted the version of me who smiled through all of it and made sure their holidays sparkled. That version of me was gone. I wasn't just cutting them off financially. I was cutting them out one by one. And the next step would hit even harder because if my mom thought she was the only one losing something, she was in for a brutal surprise. By the third day, the voicemails had lost their fake warmth. My mom's tone was sliding from sugary concern to thinly veiled panic. She tried the usual lines. "Family's all we've got. Life's too short. Haley's just a kid." Then she slipped in the real reason for the call, buried at the end like an afterthought. "Was there some issue with the Christmas bonus this year? Just wondering since I haven't seen it come through yet." That's when I knew she hadn't taken my text seriously. Mary cut off hadn't registered. Or maybe she thought I'd cave by now like I always did. The old Scarlet would have. Instead, I poured myself a coffee and pulled up the bank account I'd been quietly feeding every month for nearly a decade. It was listed under her name but linked to mine. I set it up the year my dad died when she said she was drowning in bills. The idea was to get her back on her feet, but somehow she never quite got there. The balance was small now. I transferred it into my personal account and initiated the closure. The bank asked if I was sure. I clicked yes and didn't look back. Next stop, Haley's ballet tuition. $400 a month like clockwork. I had set it up as a favor when Lindsay hit a rough patch 4 years ago. It was supposed to be temporary, but she never brought it up again. Just let it ride. Evan had danced there once, too, before the director started making it obvious who the real star was. After he quit, I kept paying for Haley out of guilt, out of habit, out of some warped idea that I was keeping peace in a war I never started. But this wasn't peace. This was surrender. I emailed the studio and revoked my card. No explanation, just clean lines. Within hours, I got a text from Lindsay that didn't even bother with a greeting. "Did you cancel Haley's tuition? Seriously, what is wrong with you?" I ignored it. The next message came with a screenshot of the declined payment and a string of accusations. I was punishing a child. I was being dramatic. I was going to regret acting like a jealous teenager. That one made me laugh. Jealous of what exactly? I didn't respond. I just made another call. This time to the dancewear store where I kept a credit line for Haley's costumes. Another forgotten favor that turned permanent. Closed it. That's when Lindsay started calling from a different number. I picked up, not out of curiosity, but because I wanted her to hear how calm I was. She didn't disappoint. She jumped straight in, yelling about Haley being devastated, about how they didn't have the money to cover her winter showcase, about how Mom has been crying for days. I said nothing. Let her fill the silence. Then she hit me with, "You're doing this because you're bitter, because you've always been second. You're mad that Mom and I are close and you're just there." That part landed. Not because it was true, but because she said it so casually. Like that's just how things were and always would be. She hung up when I didn't take the bait. Later that night, I got another message from my mom. This time, it was just 2 words. "We need to talk." I didn't respond. I was already thinking ahead. For years, I've been the quiet one, the helper, the one who filled the financial gaps and kept her mouth shut. But now that the money was gone, now that the strings were cut, they were scrambling. And the more they scrambled, the more the cracks showed. What they didn't know yet was that the silence wasn't the end. It was the warning. Because if they thought losing my money hurt, wait until they lost my silence, too. I wasn't planning to tell anyone. That wasn't the point. I didn't cut them off to start drama. I did it to stop bleeding. But then my cousin Jamie texted me, "Hey, random question. Did something weird happen at Grandma's on Christmas?" I ignored it at first. Figured Lindsay was already running her mouth. But Jamie followed up right away. "Lindsay's been telling people you lost it, that you stormed out over a joke Haley made, that Evan's been having issues and maybe you're just overwhelmed." Overwhelmed. That was the word they picked. I don't know what felt worse, being dismissed or being predictable. Like they already had a little script ready in case I ever stopped playing my role. I called Jamie. I don't usually call anyone, but this was different. She picked up, sounding surprised, and said, "Are you okay?" So, I told her everything. I didn't hold back. Not this time. How Haley called us a phase. How Lindsay laughed. How my mother stayed silent like we weren't even there. How Evan didn't say a word the whole way home. How I'd paid for nearly everything in that house at one point or another. How they treated me like a visitor, like a backup plan, like the family dog who brings in money but doesn't sit on the couch. Jamie went quiet. Then she said, "No one knows any of this. You should tell the others." I didn't want to. I'm not the tell everyone type. I don't post cryptic messages. I don't air things out on Facebook. I just leave quietly. That's always been my way. But then I remembered what Lindsay said on the phone. "You're just there." That's how they talked about me when I wasn't around. Just there. So I sat down and wrote an email. I didn't embellish. I didn't try to make it emotional. I made it detailed. Dates, payments, favors, forgotten birthdays, backhanded comments, and the exact words Haley said at Christmas. I even attached a photo of Evan holding the present he brought, still unopened when we left. I hit send, CC'd every single relative whose name I could find. Aunts, uncles, cousins, people who always asked why I didn't come to the beach trip or why Evan never came to Thanksgiving. The replies came in slow at first, then fast. Some were shocked, some apologetic, a few were angry, but not at me. That's when the real surprise happened. Aunt Denise forwarded me a screenshot of a message she got from my mom back in September. I stared at it for a long time. It said, "Scarlett's always difficult. If we include her, it becomes about her. It's easier if she just doesn't come. Plus, Haley gets uncomfortable around Evan." Uncomfortable. The kid who sat quietly every year, who never complained, who tried so hard to fit in. My mother was making him the problem. Then, Uncle Mark forwarded a message Lindsay had sent to another cousin last summer about a family barbecue I never even knew happened. "Don't invite Scarlett. She always brings a weird energy. She thinks we owe her because she helps out with ballet stuff." That was the moment I realized I hadn't just been excluded. I'd been managed. Lindsay and my mom had built this narrative over years, slowly and carefully. I wasn't distant. They had made me look distant. I wasn't unavailable. They just never told me anything. But every time I didn't show up, they told the others it was because I was moody, or too sensitive, or always working. And for years, I believed maybe that was partly true. I got a call from Aunt Janine the next night. She didn't even say hello. Just said, "I didn't know. I'm sorry. I believed everything they said about you." She wasn't the only one. Lindsay must have figured out what I'd done because 2 days later she did something unbelievably stupid. She tried to post a long, sobbing message on Facebook. The kind of thing where someone writes, "I won't go into details, but some people think money replaces love," and ends with, "Please keep Haley in your prayers." But she left the privacy settings wide open. Within an hour, 4 of our cousins were in the comments asking, "Is this about Scarlett? Because if so, maybe tell the full story." She deleted it, but not fast enough. And here's the part that even I didn't expect. 2 of the families in our circle, the ones who always hosted big family events, uninvited Lindsay and my mom from New Year's brunch quietly. No big announcement. Just, "This year is going to be smaller. Hope you understand." I wasn't invited either. But for once, it wasn't because they forgot me. It was because they were afraid to show up without making it right. They weren't used to me having a voice. But the truth is, I'd always had one. They just never heard it over the sound of what they wanted me to be. And I wasn't done yet, because there was still one place Haley's name sat on a list for a scholarship funded by a donor she didn't even know. That donor was me. It slipped my mind at first, the scholarship. Back when Haley got into that prestigious ballet conservatory, Lindsay had called me in one of her usual dramatics, sobbing over tuition costs, saying they'd have to pull Haley out unless something came through. At the time, it felt like life or death. Everything with Lindsay always does. She said Haley had real talent, that the teachers believed in her, that this was her shot. I didn't just offer to help. I created an entire fund. The school didn't need a real name, just a consistent bank account and a signature. So, I made one up, SD Harper Fund, a fake donor name using my initials and an old family surname. I told the school I wanted to anonymously support promising dancers who couldn't afford tuition. But really, I only ever meant one dancer, Haley. For 3 years, I paid without fail. No one knew, not even Evan. I just did it like everything else, quietly. The final payment was due in early January. I still had time, so I logged into the old donor portal and ended it. No fanfare, no explanation, just one checkbox marked, "Terminate future funding." I thought I'd feel something, anger, satisfaction, even guilt. But I didn't. Just this strange kind of stillness, like the last light in a room finally going dark. 2 days later, Lindsay called. I didn't pick up. She left a voicemail nearly screaming, "You cut the scholarship. What the hell is wrong with you?" She's been preparing for that performance all year. Then the text started, "You're actually punishing a child over a sentence. A misunderstanding. Are you really this unstable?" I didn't reply. Not because I didn't have anything to say, but because finally, I didn't need to explain myself. Lindsay was unraveling. My mother wasn't much better. According to Jamie, she'd started calling around trying to set the record straight with relatives. She was telling people I'd always had a problem with Lindsay's success, that I'd isolated Evan and refused to be part of the family long before Christmas. She even said in one call to Aunt Gina that I'd likely been drinking again. I haven't had a drink in 7 years. That line hit harder than I expected. Not because I was shocked she said it, but because it was her fallback. When all else failed, my mother always knew how to break people down in ways they couldn't prove wrong. But this time it didn't work. Aunt Gina texted me after and said she sounded like she was spiraling. I think she knows she went too far. The fallout started to spread in quiet little waves. One cousin backed out of helping with my mom's mortgage. Another told me they'd always wondered why Evan never showed up in holiday photos. People were seeing things they hadn't wanted to see before. And for once, they weren't blaming me for the cracks. They were realizing they'd just been painted over. Then, late one night, I got a message from an unknown number. No name, no emojis, just, "Why did you stop helping me?" It was from Haley. She was 12. Old enough to have her own phone. Old enough to type that out. and maybe old enough to know what she'd said at Christmas was cruel, but not old enough to understand what it cost. I stared at it for a while. I didn't answer, not because I didn't care, but because what I wanted to say wasn't meant for her. It was meant for the two women who stood behind her every time she opened her mouth, and they weren't listening. Evan saw the message over my shoulder. He didn't say anything at first. Then he asked if we could skip the usual spring break this year. No relatives, just us. Maybe a cabin or the beach, somewhere quiet. I told him we could go anywhere because this was it. The door wasn't just closed. It was locked, and I wasn't leaving a spare key under the mat this time. But my mother wasn't done. She was about to make one last attempt to save face. And in doing it, she sealed everything. I should have expected it. Silence for my mother isn't surrender. It's setup. When she goes quiet, it's only ever the eye of the storm. I found out from Jamie again. She sent me a picture of a printed flyer from her church bulletin. My mom was being honored at a charity luncheon. Women of Strength, honoring mothers who inspire generations. And right there beneath the scripted praises was my mother's full name. She was listed as a pillar of her family, someone who had selflessly guided her daughters through hardship and joy, and now helps raise her granddaughter with grace and strength. Read like fiction, though not fiction, fanfiction, written by someone who'd only ever seen her in church clothes, smiling politely, handing out cookies. I laughed when I saw it, not because it was funny, but because I could already picture the whole thing. The quiet music, the polite claps, my mother standing at a podium, accepting praise for a reality she spent years crafting in front of everyone but me. I told Jamie to leave it alone. Let them have their little show. People believe what they want to believe, especially when the lie is prettier than the truth. But my mom wasn't content with just a round of applause. She needed witnesses, a wider audience. So, she sent a mass email to the entire family. The subject line, "Family isn't always easy, but it's everything." I opened it even though I knew I shouldn't. It was long, carefully written, like she drafted it 5 times and passed it through her filters. She talked about raising 2 daughters alone, about how she always put us first, how she opened her home and heart, how she was watching history repeat itself with Lindsay and Haley, another generation of love, patience, and strength. Then came the part about me. She didn't use my name at first, just called me a person who has chosen distance. Then she said, "Some people carry old wounds and turn them into walls. I've tried. I really have. But when someone chooses to remove themselves, you can only hold the door open for so long before it becomes a burden." Burden. That's what I was now. And for a moment it worked. That word hit me harder than I expected. Not because it was true, but because it was exactly the kind of language she used when she wanted to twist the knife and still sound like the victim. I didn't respond, but I didn't have to. Uncle Mark replied first. Just one line. Or maybe she didn't remove herself. Maybe she was erased. Then Aunt Denise. "I don't remember Scarlett being invited to anything the past 2 years. Maybe the door wasn't open like you think it was." Then my cousin Ben chimed in. "We all saw the email about Scarlett bringing weird energy last summer. Did you forget you sent that to half the family by mistake?" That one was the turning point. Suddenly, the thread wasn't about me at all. It was about my mother, her selective memory, her stories, her careful shaping of everyone's role. And one by one, people started peeling off. Not dramatically, just unsubscribing, muting the chain, asking to be left out of the drama. It wasn't loyalty. It was quiet disbelief, the kind that makes people wonder how long they've been fooled. Jamie called me that night and told me something that stuck. She said, "It's not just about what you said. It's about how they never saw it until you did. You breaking the pattern made it impossible to keep pretending." I thought that would be the end, but it wasn't, because 3 days later, Evan got a birthday card in the mail. No return address. Inside it said, "You're still welcome here if you change your mind." No cash, no gift card, just a sentence. It was in my mother's handwriting, and it told me everything I needed to know. She didn't get it. She thought maybe, just maybe, Evan would break, that he'd come back alone, that he'd pick them over me, that she still had time to rewrite him the way she tried to rewrite me. But she didn't understand that Evan had already made his choice long before I ever did. That was the last time I heard from her or Lindsay. But someone else had been watching everything, quiet, on the sidelines, and they were about to step into the mess with a voice that would flip the entire family over. I thought cutting the money was the end. Then I thought the silence was the end. But the real ending didn't come from anything I did. It came from everyone else waking up at the same time. Started slow. A few texts, a couple of late-night calls. An old cousin from Arizona who I hadn't heard from in years reached out on Facebook. Said he didn't want to take sides, but after reading everything, he didn't feel right pretending he hadn't. Then came the rest. Turns out the email I sent didn't just land in inboxes. It landed hard. Screenshots were shared. Private conversations got exposed. People started comparing notes. Old favors, missed invitations, backhanded comments. It wasn't just me. It had never been just me. I was just the first to stop clapping. Uncle Mark called me and said, "You just said what most of us have been thinking for years. You had the nerve. The rest of us were just tired." By mid-January, family group chats were dead. Events were being canceled. New Year's brunch was called off due to scheduling. But Jamie told me the real reason. Half the family pulled out after seeing how my mom tried to spin everything. Some of them had kids now, too, and they said they couldn't stomach the thought of raising them around that kind of quiet cruelty. My mother tried to fix it. She called the ones still willing to pick up. Told them I was exaggerating, that I'd always been sensitive, that I had a tendency to distort things. But people didn't buy it this time. The cracks were too wide. Too many details matched. Too many things suddenly made sense. Then came the worst one, the one I didn't expect. Jamie told me she overheard Lindsay complaining at the studio. Apparently, she tried to re-enroll Haley under a payment plan, and when it didn't work, she started blaming me loudly. Said I was punishing a child, ruining her future, acting out of deep jealousy. One of the moms who had also been on the recipient list of my email, I didn't even know she was a cousin by marriage, interrupted and said, "You should be ashamed. I used to look up to you as a mother." Not anymore. Lindsay left early that day. Haley didn't perform in the winter showcase. The program director quietly removed her from the scholarship waiting list. I didn't ask for that, but I didn't stop it either. And then came the final card. Another envelope for Evan. No name. Same handwriting. Same sentence. "You're still welcome here if you change your mind." I didn't toss this one into the fire right away. I showed it to Evan, asked him what he wanted to do with it. He looked at it for a long moment, then said, "They never made me feel welcome when I actually was there. Why would it be different now?" So we burned it together. That weekend, we drove upstate and found a small, quiet town with a good school and a library that looked like something out of a storybook. Evan said he could see himself living there. So could I. We've been looking at houses. The last thing I'll say is this. Cutting someone off doesn't feel like freedom at first. It feels like guilt, like doubt, like grief. But freedom doesn't always feel good right away. Sometimes it feels like emptiness. And then one morning you wake up, and you realize you've slept through the night without bracing for a text that twists your stomach. That's when you know it worked. That's when you know you're free. Let them tell whatever story they want. Let them build a new version of events. Let my mother cry about her lost daughter at her charity lunches and Lindsay sigh about people who make everything about themselves. I won't be there to hear it. The story is mine now, and it ends here. Sometimes I think about what might happen years from now. If Evan ever asks for the full story, if Haley ever reaches out again, if my mother sends another card. I don't rehearse those moments. I won't prepare a speech because I'm not living in defense anymore. I'm not angry. I'm not bitter. I'm just done. And in the quiet of this new town, with snow falling outside and Evan reading by the window, I finally understand something I wish I'd learned earlier. You don't owe anyone your peace. You build it. You protect it. And when they try to walk back in with muddy feet, you leave the door locked. Now on to the next story. Story 9. This house isn't yours alone anymore. My mom said I paid the mortgage, the repairs, even the groceries. For almost a year, they turned my space into a free-for-all, hosting cousins' parties, sleepovers. When I asked for boundaries, she said, You're being dramatic. That night, I packed a single bag, then transferred the house title to one name. Mine. 3 days later, they came home to a lock that was changed. This house is no longer yours. That's what my mother said. She stood in my living room with her arms crossed like she owned the place and told me to stop acting like I ran things. She said it like she hadn't lived here for free for almost a year. Like I didn't buy the house, pay the mortgage, fix every leak, and cover every bill while they trashed the place and treated me like a damn tenant. I didn't even respond. I just stood there and looked around at what used to be my quiet, clean, safe home. Beer bottles on the counter, fast food wrappers on the couch. Some kid's bike, no idea whose, was leaning against the hallway wall. I hadn't seen peace in months. Started small. My mom called and said she and my stepdad were having a tough time. Needed a place to crash for a few weeks. I said yes. Of course I said yes. I was raised to put family first. I had just bought the house, a simple 3-bedroom in the outskirts of Austin, and I thought, stupidly, that I could help without it getting complicated. By month 3, they were fully moved in. Boxes everywhere, their furniture replacing mine piece by piece. My stepdad set up his recliner in the living room and told me my couch was too stiff. My mom took over the kitchen like it was hers. I come home from work and there would be random people sitting on my porch. Cousins I hadn't seen in years. Friends of friends, nobody asked. They just showed up. Then Brandon moved in. My cousin, supposed to be here for a weekend. He brought one backpack and never left. I didn't even find out he was staying until I came home one night and he was in my room, feet on my bed, using my TV, eating my snacks. I lost count of how many people used my place like it was a hostel. Barbecues, sleepovers, birthdays. I remember coming home once to find a bounce house in the front yard and a neighbor asking if I rented my place out for events. My mom just laughed and told me to relax. That family is family. That I was making a big deal out of nothing. Every time I asked them to slow it down, to respect my space, to clean up after themselves, it turned into a lecture about how ungrateful I was, how heartless, how I wouldn't have this house if it weren't for the people who raised me. I felt insane, gaslit, like I was losing grip on reality because somehow I was the bad guy in my own house. So I stopped arguing. I stopped talking. Period. That night I packed one bag. Essentials only. My laptop, passport, chargers, a few clothes, and every document tied to the house. I checked into a motel a few miles away and stayed silent for 72 hours. I let myself cool off, not to change my mind, just to be sure I could go through with what came next without flinching. Then I called a locksmith, got every lock changed, new keys, smart deadbolt on the front, doorbell camera. Then I called my lawyer and confirmed what I already knew. The house was 100% mine. Every payment came from my account. No co-owners, no shared deed, no loopholes. 3 days later, I parked across the street and watched them come home from whatever errand they were on. My mom walked up to the door, tried the key, and paused. She tried again, then again. My stepdad joined her, then Brandon. They started knocking, then yelling. My phone rang 3 times. I didn't pick up. I waited an hour, then texted, "The house is mine. It always was. You have 72 hours to pick up your belongings. Only your belongings. Do not test me." They didn't reply right away. The silence lasted 2 days. But I knew them. I knew it wasn't over. Not by a long shot. They thought they'd break me again. That I'd fold like I always did. This time they were wrong. They showed up with a moving van 2 days later. My mom was the first to knock, calmer now with this fake sweet smile like none of it had happened. She asked if they could come in to talk. I didn't open the door. I slid the window open just enough to speak. Told her the rules were clear. 72 hours to get their stuff. Nothing else. No furniture unless they had receipts. No electronics. No appliances. Anything that wasn't clearly theirs was staying. I watched her face change. Shock, then insult, then the familiar boiling rage behind her eyes. She said they were family. I said that hadn't stopped them from treating me like dirt. Brandon tried to argue that the PS5 was his. It wasn't. I had the receipt, the box, even the warranty. I told him if he touched anything that wasn't his, I'd call the cops. He laughed until I showed him the number already dialed on my phone screen. My stepdad didn't say much. He just stood there, arms crossed, watching. He was the one who always stayed quiet and let my mom do the yelling. But he was worse in a way. Every time she mocked me, every time someone trashed the house or disrespected me, he said nothing. Gave that look like I deserved it. They spent 5 hours that day packing up clothes and random crap from the garage. I watched every second from the porch just to make sure nothing went missing. I had the locks changed again right after. A security system, cameras on every corner of the house. The calls started that night. First, it was my mom crying, telling me they didn't have enough money for the deposit on the new place. That she was sick, real vague about it, and needed my help. That it wasn't right to turn my back on the people who raised me. Then came the guilt text from Brandon, that he was basically homeless now, that I was ruining the family over a little misunderstanding, that my grandma would be ashamed of me. Then came the threats. You'll regret this. We'll take you to court. You're nothing without us. We made you who you are. I didn't respond to any of it. I documented everything. Every text, every voicemail, every fake apology followed by an insult. I sent it all to my lawyer. 2 weeks later, I filed a claim. I had the bank statements to prove I paid for every repair, every grocery trip, every utility bill. Over $18,000 spent while they lived here rent-free. I wasn't just kicking them out. I was getting my money back. That's when things really shifted. They moved into a 2-bedroom rental across town, and it started spreading through the family group chats, through cousins, aunts, people I hadn't heard from in years. Except this time, it wasn't me they were siding against. Everyone knew how long I'd been putting up with it, how often they crashed at other relatives' places and burned bridges. Turns out I wasn't the first, just the last straw. Brandon posted some dramatic rant online trying to make me look like the villain. But the replies, people defending me saying I did the right thing, that it was about time someone stood up to them. Even aunties who always defended my mom no matter what, messaged me privately. You did what we all wished we had the guts to do. Good for you, Alex. For the first time in years, I didn't feel guilty. I felt awake. And I knew one thing for sure. This wasn't over. Not yet. It took them exactly 16 days to go from cocky silence to full-on panic. The lawsuit must have landed in their mailbox that morning because I got a dozen calls within the hour. I didn't answer a single one. Instead, I turned my phone off and went for a long walk through the neighborhood. Same route I used to take back when I was trying to talk myself out of giving them a deadline. Back when I still cared what they thought. When I got home, I had 2 voicemails from Brandon and 1 from my mom. She didn't sound angry anymore. She sounded tired, soft, like she was rehearsing some act. I didn't listen to all of it, just enough to catch the part where she said she never expected things to get this far and hoped I'd do the right thing. That night, Uncle Rick called me, said he just came back from a birthday party for one of the cousins. My mom and stepdad had shown up halfway through, sat in the back like strangers, and left before the cake. People were whispering not just about the lawsuit, but the way they lived off me, the way they always had a story, a crisis, an excuse. Apparently, someone made a joke about them moving into a 2-bedroom like newlyweds, and Brandon tried to fight him. Rick said he didn't step in. Didn't feel like it was his place anymore. They weren't just humiliated. They were radioactive. I thought maybe they'd finally crawl away quietly, that the humiliation would be enough. But that's not who they are. For days later, I was outside mowing the lawn when I saw my mom's car pull up. I killed the engine and stood there waiting. She stepped out wearing an oversized hoodie and sunglasses like she was trying not to be recognized. She had a manila folder clutched to her chest and didn't get within 10 feet of me before she started. She said she came to make peace, that she was under a lot of stress, that she had medical issues now, as if she hadn't spent the past year treating my house like a resort. She held out the folder. Some kind of medical report printed from one of those urgent care chains. High blood pressure, stress-induced migraines, some language about needing financial support to manage symptoms. She actually looked me in the eye and asked if I'd consider halting the lawsuit for her health. I asked her if she'd brought receipts for any of the groceries I bought for them, or maybe a reimbursement for the $900 HVAC repair I covered while Brandon used the AC like a personal freezer. She didn't answer, just stood there quiet, holding that folder like it was supposed to make me feel something. Then she switched tactics. She said family would never recover from this, that I was airing dirty laundry in public, that people were starting to talk. I told her they were talking all right. I told her exactly what Uncle Rick said, how everyone knew the truth, how the lies weren't holding up anymore. She tried to pivot again, said the apartment they were in had mold, that it wasn't safe, that she'd rather live in a shelter than deal with this legal mess. Then she said it, "What will people think of you, Alex?" I looked her dead in the eye and said, "They'll think I finally grew a spine." Then I told her she had 30 seconds to leave my property before I called the cops. She didn't yell this time. She didn't argue. She just got in her car and drove off. But not before giving me this look like she just realized for the first time that she didn't know me anymore. And she didn't. That version of me, the doormat, the guy who let them get away with everything, he was gone. And the next blow I had planned, that one would make everything up to this point look like a warm-up. I gave it another week before I filed the motion to escalate the claim. My lawyer said we had a solid case to move forward with collections if they didn't respond. And they didn't. Not a word. No lawyer, no offer, nothing. I don't know if they thought I was bluffing or just too broke to fight back. Either way, I wasn't stopping. Then came the family dinner. It was my cousin Melissa's engagement party. Small backyard thing. I wasn't going to go, but she texted me directly. Said she wanted me there. Said she was proud of me. So I went and they showed up too. My mom walked in like she owned the place, acting like nothing happened. My stepdad was behind her, quiet as always, scanning the crowd like he expected backup. Brandon wasn't there, thank God. Probably hiding from embarrassment. People saw them and shifted. I watched it happen. The room didn't turn cold exactly. It just moved away from them. Nobody was rude, but nobody leaned in to greet them either. I sat at the far end of the patio, beer in hand, watching it unfold like a movie. Then Auntie sat next to me and asked how things were going with the lawsuit. Not in a nosy way, more like genuine interest. I told her everything, not in detail, but enough. How they never paid rent. How they trashed my place. How I begged them to respect boundaries and got mocked for it. She nodded the whole time, then said something that stuck with me. "They thought you were weak, Alex. They forgot quiet isn't the same as stupid." I didn't know how many others had caught wind of what was happening, but by the time dinner was served, it was clear. My mom tried to talk to me once, walked over holding a plate like nothing had happened. I didn't even look up. She stood there awkwardly for a moment, then walked away. After that, the messages started again. Not from her, this time from other relatives. Some pretending they just wanted peace. Some telling me I should let it go. That blood is thicker than water. And one from Brandon, which I screenshotted and sent straight to my lawyer because it was full of threats dressed up as advice. They wanted me quiet, embarrassed, shaken. But the thing is, I had nothing to lose anymore. They were the ones drowning now. Word was getting around. A few cousins had started poking at my mom about when she was going to pay me back. A couple of her old friends unfriended her on Facebook. Someone even called her out in a comment thread about being a user. She was watching her whole image collapse, one thread at a time. And the best part, I didn't have to say a word. Just sit back and let her feel what it's like when the mask cracks. And I wasn't done because the next court date was set. And this time, she'd have to sit across from me in front of a judge. Let her try and lie there. Let her try and play the victim. I was ready. The courthouse smelled like disinfectant and burnt coffee. It was the kind of place where everything echoed a little too loud. Shoes on the floor, doors creaking shut, whispers that weren't really whispers. I didn't come for drama. I came for clarity. I showed up early. My lawyer was already inside, calm and focused. Sorting documents like this was just another Tuesday. For her, it probably was. For me, this was everything I'd held in for years. Finally catching fire. They walked in 10 minutes late. My mom wore a beige cardigan like she was going to church. And my stepdad looked like he hadn't slept. They didn't bring a lawyer, just themselves, a folder with maybe 3 papers inside. And that same look I'd seen too many times before, that they still thought they were in control. They didn't even sit next to each other. When the judge called the case, Everything felt distant, like I was watching someone else's life. My lawyer opened with the records, mortgage statements with only my name on them, utility bills in my name, repair invoices, receipts from groceries that showed I'd spent thousands over nearly a year. She had screenshots of texts where I asked them to contribute, to stop bringing over guests, to show some basic respect. She even included the final messages I'd sent when I told them their time was up. She didn't overplay it. Just facts, dates, numbers, quiet evidence. Then my mom stood. She cleared her throat like she was about to give a eulogy. She didn't start with facts. She went straight to the emotion. She said I was her son, that she and my stepdad had fallen on hard times, that she never imagined I'd evict my own mother. She said she thought the house was a shared space because I invited them in. She talked about her health issues, waved around a letter from a clinic like that was supposed to cancel out 10 months of freeloading. She even had the nerve to mention that stress the lawsuit was putting on her marriage. The judge listened without interrupting, then asked her one question. Did you ever pay a single bill related to the house? She stammered, tried to say she cooked meals, helped clean, watched over things when I wasn't home. The judge cut her off. Did you pay for the mortgage, electricity, water, food? No. Then the judge asked if there was any written agreement, text, email, anything suggesting shared ownership of the house. She said no. Claimed it was all verbal. Claimed Alex knew what he was doing when he invited them in. My lawyer asked one question during cross. When Alex asked you to leave, why did you refuse? My mom didn't answer. She just sat there, arms crossed, looking at the floor. The judge ruled in under 5 minutes. Full repayment of the money they owed, $118,367 plus court fees, 30 days to pay or face wage garnishment. They looked stunned, like they actually believed they'd walk out of there with sympathy, like they thought the court would be just another living room where they could talk over me until I gave in. Outside the courtroom, my mom followed me to the parking lot. No more tears, no more performance, just venom. She asked if I was happy now, if humiliating her in front of everyone was worth a few thousand, if I really thought any of this made me look like a good person. I didn't say anything. I didn't need to. She already knew the answer. When I got home, the first thing I did was open the windows, let the air in. The silence in the house was the loudest thing I'd heard in months. I made dinner in a clean kitchen. I watched a movie without checking to see who else was in the living room. I didn't lock my bedroom door out of habit. Finally felt like home again. But I knew it wouldn't stop here. They'd already started, whispering through relatives, spinning their version, trying to salvage what was left of their image. The difference now, nobody was buying it. And soon they'd learn just how cold it gets when the lies stop working. The first payment never came. 30 days passed like a timer winding down on a bomb, but nothing showed up in my account. No payment, no apology, not even a phone call, just silence. Like they were pretending the ruling didn't exist. Like if they ignored it long enough, it would vanish. Didn't. My lawyer filed for wage garnishment the next morning. Stepdad was the only one with a traceable income, and the court approved it within a week. The notice hit his employer like a slap. And I know exactly when it landed because that same night, Brandon posted some cryptic rant on Facebook about traders and backstabbers ruining lives over paper money. No names, but it wasn't subtle. They were spiraling. A week later, I got a call from my cousin Kayla. She's one of the quiet ones. Keeps to herself, doesn't pick sides. She told me my mom was telling people she was sick. Real sick. Said the stress from the lawsuit made her condition worse. That she'd collapsed at work. That the hospital bills were piling up. That I was suing a dying woman. I asked if she had proof. Kayla said, no, just rumors. No one had seen her at any hospital, and the collapse happened the same week my stepdad's paycheck got cut from the garnishment. It was a new lie, a desperate one. And this time, no one was falling for it. The funny part is their little circle was shrinking. After the court ruling, a bunch of people they used to lean on started distancing themselves. Invitations dried up. Messages stopped. I heard one uncle actually told them flat out that they got what was coming. People were talking, but not how they wanted. Auntie messaged me again. Heard they're blaming you for everything. Just so you know, we all see through it. Don't let them pull you back. I didn't answer. I didn't need to. A month after the garnishment started, I checked my account and saw the first deposit. $743. It wasn't much, but it was real. It meant the court's decision wasn't just symbolic. It was biting into them now. Slowly, methodically, I stood in my kitchen and stared at that number for a long time. Not because I needed the money. I'd already adjusted my life, already moved on. But because it meant I won. Not just legally, not just financially. I won back my home, my space, my boundaries, my self-respect. They still lived in that dingy apartment. They still whispered lies to anyone who'd listen. But nobody was listening anymore. And me? I lived alone now, peacefully. The house was mine again. Not just on paper, but in every sense that mattered. Quiet mornings, clean counters, no mystery guests, no fake apologies, no guilt. Sometimes I thought about the version of me that used to live scared of upsetting them. The one who said yes out of habit. The one who bit his tongue so hard he couldn't speak anymore. That person's gone. Burned with the old locks. Buried under the weight of their own manipulation. They can lie all they want, but every month that check hits my account. That's the truth. The update. It had been almost 4 months since the last courtroom visit. The garnishment came in like clockwork. Small amounts, but steady. I rarely thought about them anymore. I had gotten used to the silence, to the house actually feeling like a place I lived in, not just passed through. Then I got a knock on the door. It was a Sunday morning. I wasn't expecting anyone. No packages, nothing. I looked through the peephole and felt my stomach drop. It wasn't my mom. It wasn't Brandon. It was a woman I hadn't seen in almost a decade. My real father's sister, Aunt Valerie. She and my mom had hated each other back in the day. Total opposites. Where my mom was loud, Valerie was blunt. I hadn't spoken to her since I was maybe 16. I opened the door, unsure why she was there. She handed me an envelope without saying a word. Inside was a letter, not typed, handwritten pages. She said it was from my dad. My real dad. He'd passed 6 months ago. Cancer. I hadn't even known he was sick. I asked why she was giving it to me now. She said he told her not to mail it unless he died and unless she heard that my mother had crossed the line with me. Apparently he'd seen it coming. All of it. The freeloading, the manipulation, the eventual fallout. He said if she ever took from me what she tried to take from him, I'd need to read what he wrote. She didn't stay long, just said she was sorry that he tried to reach out a few years back. But my mom must have blocked the letters. I believe it. After she left, I sat at the kitchen table and read it. He wrote about leaving my mom, said she drained him emotionally and financially, and by the time he realized it, she'd already twisted the story so no one believed him. He tried to fight for custody, but she buried him in court with lies. Said he never stopped thinking about me, that he knew she tried to mold me into someone who needed her, who couldn't say no. The last part hit the hardest. He said, "If you're reading this, you probably did the hardest thing a kid can ever do. You stopped protecting your parent from the truth about who they are. Couldn't. You did. That makes you stronger than me." I just sat there rereading that sentence for maybe an hour. I don't even know if I cried. I just felt this strange kind of peace, like some part of my life had finally been explained. Now on to the next story. Story 10. My family was vacationing in the Maldives while I was a loser and paid for it. Now that they are back, I shocked everyone by saying I'm stopping funding them forever. I'll never forget the moment I saw that photo. It was a random Tuesday, and I was scrolling through Instagram during my lunch break, just trying to pass the time. Kelly, my younger sister, had posted a photo. She was on a beach holding a bright pink cocktail with a little umbrella sticking out of it. The caption, "First day of winter, Maldives style. Palm tree, tropical drink." First, I thought I must have read it wrong. Kelly doesn't live near a beach, and she definitely doesn't have the kind of money to fly to the Maldives. Neither do my parents. But then I noticed more details. The crystal clear water behind her, the iconic overwater villas in the background, and the tag location proudly displaying the Maldives. My stomach dropped. It didn't make sense. A week earlier, my parents had called to say they were in a tight spot and needed some money for unexpected expenses. They were vague about what those expenses were, but my dad mentioned something about repairs and bills piling up. I didn't ask too many questions. I just wanted to help. I wired them a few thousand, enough to cover whatever they needed, and then some. And now this. I stared at the photo, trying to make sense of it all. Was it just Kelly who left? That wouldn't make sense either. She wasn't the type to travel alone. My heart pounded as I clicked on her story. There they were. My dad lounging in a beach chair, my mom posing in a sun hat, all three of them smiling like they didn't care. They were on vacation to the Maldives with my money. I called Kelly first, no answer. Then my mom, straight to voicemail. My dad, same thing. I must have called each of them 10 times in a row, pacing my tiny apartment. Nothing. Couldn't sleep that night. A mixture of anger, confusion, and embarrassment churned in my stomach. I kept replaying the conversation in my head, the little sob story about needing help. How could they do this? I told myself there had to be some explanation, some reason this wasn't what it looked like. By morning, I'd had enough. I grabbed my keys and got in my car. If they didn't return my calls, I'd find out for myself. Their house was 100 miles away, but the drive felt like no time at all. By the time I pulled into the driveway, my anger was boiling over. I knocked on the door, then rang, no answer. I looked in the windows, dark and empty. They were still in the Maldives. I stood there feeling like an idiot, staring at the house I'd grown up in. I couldn't believe it was happening. It felt like something out of a bad internet story, not my real life. But it was real and it was happening to me. As I got back in my car to drive home, I made a decision. I wasn't going to let this go. For the next few days, I heard nothing from them. It was like they had fallen off the face of the earth, except for Kelly's social media posts. She was still uploading pictures of their paradise vacation like nothing was wrong. Every time I saw another post, my blood pressure shot up. There they were, sipping cocktails, snorkeling, and eating lavish meals while I sat in my apartment wondering how I could have been so gullible. Then, a week later, Kelly finally texted me, "We're back. You can come over if you want." No apology, no explanation, just a casual invitation, as if I hadn't just found out they lied to me and blown my money on a luxury trip. I almost didn't answer, but curiosity got the better of me. I needed answers, even if they were going to be angry. I told her I'd be there the next day. When I arrived at the house, it was almost surreal. From the outside, everything looked normal. The same manicured lawn, the same porch swing. But when I walked in, it felt different. My mother was in the kitchen drinking coffee, my dad was in the living room watching TV, and Kelly was on the couch scrolling through her phone. "Hey," Kelly said, barely looking up. "Hey," I repeated. "That's all you have to say to me?" My mom put down her cup and gave me a sheepish look. "We were going to call you. Things just got a little hectic." "Hectic?" I said, my voice rising. "You were on vacation in the Maldives with my money." My dad muted the TV and turned to me. "We needed a break. Okay? Life has been stressful. You wouldn't understand." I blinked at him, trying to process the sheer audacity of what he just said. "So you lied to me about needing money for bills? You made up a sob story just so you could sit on a beach." Kelly jumped in. "Look, we knew you wouldn't have given us the money if we told you the truth. You're so frugal, you would have spent the whole time complaining about how expensive everything was, and that would have ruined the trip." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "So your solution was to cut me out completely and steal my money to pay for your little getaway?" "Steal?" my mom said, as if I had just accused her of a crime. "We didn't steal anything. You offered to help. We just didn't tell you what it was for." I laughed, but not because anything was funny. "You're unbelievable, all of you. Do you even feel bad?" They looked at each other, then at me like they couldn't understand why I was making such a big deal out of it. "Look," my dad finally said, "we're sorry if you feel deceived, but what's done is done. We needed this. You'll be fine. You always are." I stared at them, my anger mixed with something deeper, disappointment. They didn't care, not really. That's when I made my decision. "All right," I said, standing up. "If that's the way you feel, I hope you enjoyed the ride because it's the last one you'll ever get from me. I'm done." No more money for anything. They started to protest, but I didn't stick around to listen. I walked out the door and didn't look back. I thought walking away would bring me some relief, but instead, it left me with an annoying emptiness. I kept replaying the scene in my head, wondering how my own family could shrug off what they'd done as if it were nothing. The next day, Kelly texted me again. "Hey, don't be mad, but we need to talk." I ignored her. Then my mom called. I let it go to voicemail. When my dad left me a voicemail, I finally gave in and listened. His voice was calm but insistent. "You're overreacting. Let's talk about this. Come over tonight." Against my better judgment, I went. When I walked in, they were all waiting for me in the living room as if they'd rehearsed an intervention. My mom spoke first. "Look, we understand you're upset, but this is not the way to handle it." I crossed my arms. "I'm not here to be lectured. What do you want?" Kelly pulled out her phone. "You need to stop making such a big deal out of this, okay? It's not like we're the only ones who've borrowed money from family." "Borrowed?" I said. "You didn't borrow anything. You lied." "Fine," she said, shrugging. "We lied. But you're not exactly perfect yourself." That threw me. "What are you talking about?" Kelly grinned and pointed her phone at me. On the screen was a screenshot of my Venmo history. I'd sent money to someone named Sierra with a note that read, "For the last time." My stomach sank. Sierra was my ex-girlfriend, and no one in my family even knew her. "Where did you get this?" I demanded. "I saw it when I was using your laptop a while back," Kelly said, her tone smug. "You helped some random girl and you're mad at us? That's hilarious." My mom jumped in, looking genuinely hurt. "Is that true? You gave money to someone else? But you're acting like we're the bad ones." I was too stunned to speak at first. Sierra and I had broken up months ago, but during the breakup, she'd hit a rough patch financially. I'd sent her some money to help her get back on her feet, but it was nothing like what I'd given my family. "It's not the same thing," I finally said. "Really?" Kelly shot back. "Because it seems pretty hypocritical to me. Maybe you're mad because we spent the money on ourselves instead of some girl." I clenched my fists, trying to control my temper. "You can't turn this around on me. I helped someone who really needed it. You lied to me so you could go sip margaritas on a beach." Before anyone could react, something unexpected happened. My dad, who had been mostly silent, stood up and said, "Enough. There's more you don't know." I turned to him, confused. "What do you mean?" He sighed and looked at my mom and Kelly, who suddenly seemed uncomfortable. "We didn't just go to the Maldives for a vacation. There was another reason." Kelly cut in quickly. "You don't have to tell him that." "Yes, I do," my dad said firmly. Then he looked at me. "We were meeting someone there." "Meeting who?" I asked, my voice sharper than I had intended. He hesitated, then said, "A potential investor. Someone we thought could help with the business idea we've been working on." I blinked at him. "Business idea? Since when do you have a business idea?" My mother spoke up, her voice defensive. "We didn't want to tell you because we knew you'd be critical, but we've been brainstorming about a travel business. Something to help people book luxury travel at affordable prices. We thought if we could meet the right people, we'd have a shot at making it happen." I stared at her, my anger now mixed with disbelief. "So you took my money to fund a pipe dream without even telling me?" "It's not a pipe dream," Kelly snapped. "We did research. You should be proud of us for trying to build something instead of just sitting around like losers." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "You're serious? You didn't even have a plan, did you? Just a half-baked idea and a vacation disguised as a business trip?" My dad looked away, his silence confirming my suspicion. I shook my head, feeling like I was about to lose it. "You know what? This is worse than I thought. Not only did you lie to me, but you wasted my money on something you couldn't even be honest about. I'm done. Don't call me, don't text me, don't ask me for anything. You're on your own." And with that, I left. I thought that was the end of it, but I was wrong. I tried to put it all behind me. I didn't block their numbers, but I didn't answer their calls or texts either. I needed space, and honestly, I didn't think I owed them an explanation beyond what I'd already said. About a week later, though, Kelly showed up at my apartment unannounced. I opened the door to find her standing there with her arms crossed, looking more annoyed than apologetic. "Can we talk?" she asked. "Is this about more apologies?" I replied. She rolled her eyes. "No, just let me in. It won't take long." Against my better judgment, I stepped aside. She walked in and immediately began pacing, as if rehearsing a speech in her head. "Look," she began. "I didn't want to say this in front of Mom and Dad, but I agree with you. They shouldn't have lied to you." I blinked, not expecting this. "Okay, but they went along with it." She sighed. "Yes, I did, but not for the reasons you think. They didn't just rope me into the whole business trip thing. They guilt-tripped me too. Dad said they'd already booked everything and needed me to go so it wouldn't look suspicious to the investor. I thought it was stupid, but they wouldn't let it go." "So what?" I asked. "You're the innocent bystander in all of this?" "No," she admitted. "But I didn't know they were going to use your money for the trip until after we got there. Mom let it slip at dinner one night. She said something like, 'Thank God your brother came through for us.' That's when I put it together." Her words hung in the air, and for a moment, I didn't know what to say. "And you didn't think to call me or tell me when you got back?" "I didn't want to get dragged into this," she said. "But yeah, I should have said something. I'm sorry." I studied her face, trying to gauge her sincerity. For once, she seemed to be all right. I said, leaning back against the counter, "So why are you here now?" "Because things are worse than you think," she said. "That investor, he wasn't real. Dad found him on some forum, and the guy promised he could connect us with the right people. But when we got there, he started asking for money up front. A lot of money. Dad gave him some of it, but now he's convinced the guy was a scammer." My stomach turned. "How much money are we talking about?" "All they had left," she said quietly. "They maxed out their credit cards and used up their savings. That's why they went all in on the lie. They thought if they could convince you to help, they'd have a chance at making it work." I stared at her, stunned. "So they're broke now?" She nodded. "Pretty much." I felt a flicker of something. Maybe pity, but it quickly turned to anger. "And what do you want me to do about it? Bail them out again?" "They didn't say that," Kelly replied. "But knowing them? Probably. I just thought you should know what's really going on before they come begging." I shook my head. "Unbelievable. They can handle the mess they made. I'm done being their safety net." Kelly hesitated, then said, "I understand. I really do. But you're going to have to talk to them at some point." "Why?" I shot back. "They've made it clear how they feel about me. I'm the guy they use when they're desperate. That's all I am to them." Kelly didn't argue. Instead, she sighed and said, "Just think about it. Okay?" I didn't answer. She left a few minutes later, and as the door closed behind her, I couldn't help but feel that this was far from over. I tried to move on after Kelly's visit, I really did. But her words stuck with me, especially the part about the so-called investor. Something wasn't right. My parents weren't savvy enough to vet a business partner, but draining their savings and maxing out their credit cards? That was reckless, even for them. I decided to dig a little deeper out of morbid curiosity. I searched for the name of the investor they supposedly met in the Maldives. It didn't take long to find something. A handful of online complaints from people who claimed they'd been scammed. This guy had a reputation for preying on people desperate to start businesses, promising connections he couldn't deliver and disappearing once he had their money. But then I found something that made my blood run cold. One of the complaints included a scanned copy of a contract the scammer had used, complete with a list of terms and conditions the victim had posted as a warning to others. I recognized the signature at the bottom. It was my father's. My heart sank as I read the fine print. Not only had my dad handed over their life savings, but he'd also signed a personal guarantee for the rest of the investment package. In other words, he owed the scammer a lot more money, and the contract specifically stated that failure to pay could result in legal action. And then there was the kicker. In one of the clauses, my father had listed me as a secondary guarantor. I stared at the screen, unable to believe what I was seeing. My dad had used my name without my knowledge or consent to back a fraudulent investment deal. I sat there reeling. If this scammer came after the money, it wouldn't just ruin my parents financially. It could ruin me, too. I printed out a copy of the contract and drove to their house that night. When my dad opened the door, I wasted no time. "What the hell is this?" I said, shoving the paper in his face. He looked at it, his face turning pale. "Where did you get this?" "That's your response," I snapped. Not an apology, no explanation. Just, "Where did you get this?" My mom appeared in the doorway, looking confused. "What's going on?" I pointed at the paper. Ask him. Ask him why he used my name to guarantee some scam without telling me." Her face fell as she picked up the document and read it. "John, what is this?" she demanded. My father stammered, "I didn't think it would be a problem. The guy said it was just a formality. I never thought it would come back to bite us." "You didn't think it would be a problem?" I repeated, my voice shaking with anger. "You put me on the hook for thousands of dollars. If this guy sues, he can come after me." "We didn't know what else to do," my mother said, her voice defensive. "We thought this was a chance to make things right. Besides, you're in a better position to handle this than we are." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. "So you just assumed that I would clean up your mess? That I'd be okay with it?" My dad tried to calm me down. "Look, nothing's going to happen. He hasn't said anything since the trip. Maybe he won't even follow up." I pulled out my phone and showed them the complaints I'd found online. "This guy doesn't just let things go. He scammed dozens of people, and they all say the same thing. He comes after you hard once the payments stop." My mom covered her mouth in shock, and my dad finally sat down, looking defeated. "Why didn't you just tell me the truth?" I asked, my voice softer now. "We were embarrassed," my father admitted. "We didn't want you to think we were failures. We thought we could fix it without involving you." I shook my head. "You didn't just involve me. You jeopardized my future. Do you have any idea what this could do to me if it goes to court? If it gets on my credit report?" They didn't have an answer. For the first time, I saw real regret on their faces. But regret wasn't going to fix this. "You have to fix this," I said firmly. "I don't care what it takes. Sell the house, sell the car, whatever. I won't pay a cent for your mistakes." My dad nodded slowly, but I didn't stick around to see if they'd go through with it. I left, feeling angrier and more betrayed than ever. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, they did. A week later, I received a letter in the mail. It was from the scammer's lawyer demanding payment, and they were coming after me and my dad. The letter was my breaking point. I immediately called the lawyer and explained everything. He assured me that since I hadn't signed the contract, I couldn't be held liable. Still, the idea of going to court over my parents' mess was exhausting. I was ready to cut them off completely, but then something unexpected happened. Kelly called me, sounding more serious than I'd ever heard her. "I have an idea," she said. "And before you hang up, hear me out." Reluctantly, I agreed to meet with her. As we sat down, she slid a folder across the table. Inside were screenshots, emails, and other evidence linking the scammer to a number of other fraudulent activities. Kelly had spent hours researching him online, even contacting some of his other victims. "I think we can take him down," she said. At first, I wasn't sure, but the more I looked at the file, the more I realized she was right. This guy had scammed dozens of people, and some of them had already filed complaints with the authorities. We decided to go to the police together with the evidence Kelly had gathered. They opened an investigation. A month later, the scammer was arrested and his assets were frozen. It turned out that he was running a massive fraud ring, and my parents weren't his only victims. As the case unfolded, my parents received an official notice that their debt was canceled. They were off the hook, and so was I. After everything was settled, my parents sat me down and apologized. This time, sincerely. They admitted that they'd let their pride and desperation cloud their judgment, and they promised never to drag me into their financial messes again. I wasn't ready to forgive them right away, but things got better over time. Kelly and I grew closer, too. Working on the case together had reminded me that despite everything, we were still family. In the end, the experience taught me to set boundaries. I stopped giving my parents money, but I didn't cut them out of my life. I learned that helping someone doesn't mean enabling them, and sometimes the best thing you can do is let people face the consequences of their actions. For the first time in years, I felt free, and that was worth more than any amount of money. We have reached the end. If you enjoyed this video, please be sure to like and subscribe to the channel for more videos like this, and give us your thoughts about the stories in the comments section. Thank you and see you in the next video.